The Arctic looks empty from a distance. A clean white horizon, a quiet that feels almost innocent. But the closer you get, the more you realize the silence is only a cover. Because the far north isn't just ice and sky. It's a vault, a moving, breathing archive, one that buries, preserves, crushes, and occasionally gives something back. Beneath Greenland's ice sheet, there were once lit corridors and humming machinery. A man-made city carved into frozen earth, designed for a future that never arrived. Out on drifting ice in the open Arctic Ocean, stations were built like temporary planets, then raided, abandoned, and swallowed by motion that never stops. Across the Canadian high Arctic, radar outposts stood watch for wars that never became nuclear. And now they sit hollow, wind-sanded and fading, as if the North is erasing the evidence. And below the waterline, the Arctic keeps a different kind of secret. A submarine lost to fire and depth, resting in cold darkness where metal corrodes slowly, and consequences last longer than memory. A reactor buried on purpose, sunk into an ocean that does not forgive mistakes, only delays them. Some mysteries don't sink, they drift. Aircraft vanish into snowfields, then slowly descend through layers of time, as if the ice is collecting them like coins. A nuclear crash scatters questions across sea ice, cleanup reports, missing pieces, and the uneasy feeling that what mattered most was never truly accounted for. Then there are the stories that begin with a sound, a boom in the frozen distance, too sharp to be thunder, too heavy to be imagination. Unidentified contacts beneath the ice, signals that don't behave the way they should, returns that refuse to resolve into something certain. Lights over Alaska, tracks where there shouldn't be tracks, moments where trained observers admit the same quiet sentence. We don't know what that was. And above it all, the Arctic sky becomes its own battlefield of mystery. Polar routes where aircraft move like ghosts between continents, an island chain turned into a locked room for the atom, and instruments pointed at the ionosphere itself, trying to learn what the upper atmosphere can be made to do. These aren't campfire tales. They aren't rumors that survive only because no one checked. They are documented, witnessed, logged, built into declassified memos, broken aircraft frames, contaminated ice, sonar prints, and abandoned corridors under snow. And still, when you lay them side by side, a pattern begins to form. Not a single conspiracy, not one clean answer, but something colder and maybe more unsettling. That the Arctic is a place where certainty fails, where technology meets conditions it can't fully control, where evidence moves, where distances distort time, and where human secrets are stored inside a landscape that is always shifting beneath them. So settle in, because where we're going, history doesn't stay buried. It waits, suspended in ice, in water, and in the sky. And the further north you travel, the more it feels like the Arctic isn't hiding anything at all. It's simply deciding when to reveal it. Let's begin. Our stories today begin in a place that looks empty on every map that matters. A high white plateau in northwestern Greenland where the wind has no obstacles and the horizon feels like it was drawn with a ruler. Up there, the world is reduced to essentials. Light, cold, and a silence so complete you start to notice your own breathing as if it belongs to someone else. In the late 1950s, at the height of the Cold War, that emptiness became an opportunity. To the planners of the era, the Greenland ice sheet wasn't just frozen water. It was cover. It was distance. It was a natural fortress that seemed permanent. Before we continue, just a quick note. You might notice the visuals in today's video are more minimal than usual. That's because this story, like many you'll hear tonight, took time. Time to research, write, and shape into something worth listening to. So feel free to treat this as a companion piece. Let it play in the background while you work, or simply lean back, close your eyes, and drift with the current. The images will add context, but they're not required to take the journey. Thanks for being here. Now, let's return to the mystery. An entire landscape that could hide intention the way snow hides a footprint. And so, beneath that blank surface, the United States began building something that sounded unreal, even in an age of nuclear submarines and early spaceflight. A small city carved inside the ice. Tunnels, workshops, sleeping quarters, laboratories, and at its center, a nuclear reactor meant to power a hidden world. They called it Camp Century. From above, it looked like a remote Arctic outpost, structures and antennas on snow. But the real base was below, reached through shafts and trenches that descended into a lit underworld. Long corridors cut into ice and roofed over, reinforced with steel and timber, lined with plywood, warmed by ducted air. The walls were not stone. They were compressed seasons, pale layers with trapped bubbles, faint blue shadows, and the subtle feeling that the whole place was built inside a living material. And if you are there in those first days, you feel the moment the surface world lets go of you. You stand at the lip of a narrow access shaft, and the wind that has been battering your clothes all day suddenly can't follow. You step down into air that smells faintly of machinery and cut snow. Light pools where it shouldn't. Electric bulbs glowing against ice that has never known a lamp. Your boots thud on boards laid over packed floor, and the sound travels strangely, softened, as if the ice is swallowing the edges of it. Ahead, a corridor runs straight into the glacier, framed by beams and plywood, the ceiling low enough that you instinctively dip your head. Along the walls, cables and pipes disappear into the tunnel like veins, carrying warmth and power deeper into the white. You pass doorways with simple signs, hear the distant hum of generators and fans, and for a quiet second, the unnerving thought lands. Above you is only snow and time, and yet here beneath it, a human place is breathing. Camp Century was an engineering experiment, but it also served as a mask for a larger plan. Project Iceworm. The concept was as audacious as it was secret. Carve a vast network of tunnels under Greenland and use it as a mobile missile system. Launch sites that could shift, relocate, and survive a first strike. Missiles could be moved beneath the ice, emerging from different points like a serpent, changing where its head appears. To an enemy looking for fixed targets, the ice itself would be deception. The plan depended on a crucial assumption, that Greenland's ice could be treated like stable ground, that you could carve, reinforce, and expect the tunnels to hold. So Camp Century became the proof of concept. Supplies were hauled across the surface. Trenches were cut, roofed, and buried. A portable nuclear reactor was brought in and assembled under the snow, its heat turned into electricity and hot water, a practical engine and a symbolic one. In an environment where every barrel of diesel had to be dragged across hundreds of miles of ice, nuclear power felt like liberation from logistics. Lights stayed on, instruments ran, men ate meals, slept in bunks, played cards, read paperback novels, argued about sports, and tried to forget how far away the rest of the world really was. For a few years, it worked, at least outwardly. The base produced routine, the illusion of permanence, a neighborhood inside a glacier. But ice is not stone. It is not still. Under its own weight, the Greenland ice sheet creeps, compressing and stretching as it flows. The flat white surface is not fixed ground, but the skin of a moving body. And when you carve tunnels into that body, you create empty spaces the ice immediately tries to close. The first signs were subtle. Doors didn't fit the same way, month to month. Beams bowed, walls pressed inward. Corridors that had been straight began to twist, ever so slightly, as if the glacier was slowly rewriting the blueprint. The base demanded constant maintenance, shaving walls, re-leveling floors, reinforcing supports, a daily argument against the physics of the place. The more the engineers measured, the clearer it became. Any larger tunnel network would be a vast, ongoing fight against deformation. Project Iceworm, brilliant on paper, began to look like a system destined to pinch shut, collapse, or become too dangerous to operate. The Arctic was not a vault, it was a conveyor. There is a special kind of eeriness in that realization because it means the base was never truly built in the way a city is built. It was held open, like a breath, for as long as humans could keep forcing space into a material that does not like empty rooms. And yet, the base's most lasting scientific contribution came from the very thing that doomed it. The ice was moving, and because it was moving, it was recording itself. The cores drilled at Camp Century captured thousands of years of snowfall, dust, volcanic ash, and atmospheric chemistry stacked like a slow archive. Each layer was a date without a calendar, a memory without a witness. In a way, the base was studying the ice, even as the ice studied the base. By the mid-1960s, deformation wasn't a minor inconvenience. It was a schedule. Supports had to be replaced. Sections had to be recut. The tunnels narrowed in a way you could measure with a tape, the kind of shrinking that turns a hallway into a hazard. When the reactor was shut down and removed, the base relied again on conventional generators, and the dream of a stable under-ice city began to feel like a story the glacier no longer agreed to host. In 1967, Camp Century was abandoned, its entrances closed off, and its tunnels left to the slow work of pressure and time. But abandonment in the Arctic is never as simple as leaving a building behind, because this wasn't a structure sitting on rock where time would slowly weather it into ruin. It was built inside a moving medium, and it left traces that do not behave like ruins anywhere else. When crews departed, they took what they could, but not every pipe could be removed, not every cable, and not every residue of human presence. Some things, by design and by convenience, were left to be swallowed. Waste, fuel residues, grey water, chemicals from mechanical work and laboratories, materials treated as manageable because the ice was assumed to be eternally frozen, a deep freezer that would lock everything away indefinitely. It was a common Cold War faith that the Arctic could keep what we buried. What was left behind is often summarized in blunt categories: infrastructure, fuel, waste. But inside those words are finer things: lubricants, solvents, old insulation, broken equipment, pipes that once carried water and heat. Even if the reactor itself was removed, the base still functioned like any enclosed city for years, producing refuse that had to go somewhere. In that era, somewhere was usually the snow. The Arctic was treated as blank space that could absorb the byproducts of emission. But the ice sheet is not an inert freezer. It is climate, and climate changes. This is where the mystery becomes quieter and more unsettling. Somewhere under Greenland's surface, the remains of Camp Century exist in darkness. The tunnels that once rang with footsteps have likely narrowed, pinched, and collapsed in places, becoming compressed shapes like fossils. Steel may be bent into arcs. Wood may be crushed into splinters. Rooms that once had names, hospital, mess hall, reactor space, may now be ambiguous cavities half filled with wind-blown snow turned to ice. It's tempting to imagine a perfect time capsule, a straight corridor, a chair waiting at a desk, a calendar still turned to a month in the 1960s. But ice preserves differently. It can protect objects from oxygen and rot, yet it also applies pressure that fractures metal. So what remains down there? Preservation or slow destruction? The answer may be both, depending on where the glacier has tightened its grip. Today, the same location forces a different kind of accounting. Snow continues to accumulate, burying the site deeper. Yet warming increases surface melt in some regions, and meltwater can percolate downward. Over long spans of time, the balance between accumulation and melt can shift, and the tomb can begin to unseal, not like a door, but like a slow, patient undoing. In some modeled futures, the materials left at Camp Century could eventually intersect with zones of melt and movement that mobilize them. Not in a dramatic eruption, but in something more eerie. Traces emerging as signatures in meltwater, a plume in a stream, a line in a dataset that reads like a ghost story written in numbers. If that day comes, responsibility becomes another riddle. Whose legacy is it to manage? Whose jurisdiction? Whose burden? And because Camp Century sat at the intersection of science and secrecy, it also invites the kind of lingering doubt that thrives in polar night. Some emphasize that the base's story is well documented, an ambitious experiment, a strategic concept abandoned. Others point to the way Cold War projects often lived in compartments, with parallel motives and paperwork that never traveled together. The ice amplifies that uncertainty. You cannot walk the tunnels today to verify the record. You cannot stand in the old mess hall and point to a wall and say, "Here is exactly what was left, and here is exactly what was removed." The evidence is sealed behind meters of moving ice, and that makes every argument feel slightly unfinished. There is also a human question embedded in the engineering. Greenland was treated as strategic space, a place for radar lines, runways, and secrets. Even as its political and cultural reality remained complicated, shaped by Danish rule, Greenlandic autonomy, and indigenous life, in a landscape outsiders too often described as empty. Camp Century existed inside that tension. Presented as science, threaded with military purpose, built on assumptions that were not shared by everyone who lived with the Arctic as a home rather than a strategic diagram. There is a strange possibility that one day the site will be found again, not by a traveler or a patrol, but by a drill bit. A future research program might core through a clean column of ice and suddenly hit something that does not belong to the glacier. A splinter of treated wood, a fragment of cable insulation, a curl of painted metal, a smear of residue that looks like soil but isn't. The sample would come up to the surface and melt in a tray under laboratory light, and the technicians would look at one another with that careful shock reserved for things that should not be there. Not a dinosaur bone, not an ancient tool, a piece of 20th century secrecy pulled out of deep time. The Arctic has a way of shrinking human ambition without destroying it completely. It reduces grand plans to fragments, then stores those fragments out of sight until the conditions are right for them to return. And then there is the simplest uncertainty of all. The ice itself keeps changing the evidence. The old trenches have almost certainly warped into shapes no blueprint predicted. The surface above has drifted. The entire site has migrated in slow motion, the way a glacier carries rocks, the way it carries meteorites, the way it carries history. We like to think of human history as a layer laid down on Earth. Cities built on land, ruins left behind, artifacts waiting in sediment. Camp Century reverses that relationship. Here, the Earth is not a passive stage for human time. The Earth is the actor, and we are the temporary interruption. Picture Greenland at night. No lights, no buildings, just wind-carved snow under stars so sharp they look close enough to touch. Somewhere out there, beneath meters and meters of frozen layers, an old corridor lies in darkness. The sounds that once filled it, radios, footsteps, laughter, are gone. But the ice is not silent. It creaks as it shifts. It groans at depth under its own weight. And those noises travel through buried spaces where humans once lived, passing through crushed rooms and collapsed hallways like a message in a language no one designed. Camp Century is not simply abandoned. It is being edited constantly by the glacier that contains it. And the question that lingers is not whether the base will ever be found again. We know where it was. We know it existed. The question is what form it will take when the ice decides to reveal it. A preserved time capsule, a mangled compression of steel and timber, or something subtler and more troubling. A quiet leak, a chemical signature, a piece of Cold War ambition returning not as history, but as consequence. Because in a moving ice sheet, nothing stays put forever, not even our secrets. Story 2. The UAPs and unknown tracks in the far north. From beneath Greenland's drifting ice, where a Cold War city slowly deforms in silence, our attention rises to the surface, and then beyond it. Because the same forces that can bury tunnels and reactors can also erase footprints, distort distance, and turn the simplest observation into an argument. In the far north, the environment itself is a kind of instrument, one that bends light, carries sound, and confuses senses. And when something unusual appears on a scope, or crosses a winter sky, the Arctic has a way of making even disciplined minds hesitate before they speak. Not because people don't want answers, but because up here, certainty is expensive. In Alaska and the Arctic Ocean, the story of unidentified aerial phenomena is not a single case file. It's a theme that repeats across decades. Reports from pilots, radar operators, watchstanders, and people whose jobs revolve around identifying what is real and what is not. Some sightings end with a plain explanation. Balloons, weather, distant aircraft, optical illusions, sensor quirks. But the strange ones are the ones that linger. Not because they prove something extraordinary, but because they resist being closed. They remain in archives and in memory as questions that feel unfinished. And the Arctic is the perfect stage for unfinished questions. The first reason is practical. The far north is a corridor. If you draw the shortest paths between major powers on a globe, the lines arc toward the pole. During the Cold War, those arcs became invisible highways for bombers, reconnaissance flights, and the missile logic that haunted every planner. The Arctic was not a backdrop. It was a front line made of ice and air. So the north filled with warning systems, networks designed to detect what a human eye might never see. Radar chains, communication stations, remote runways carved into frozen ground, sensors waiting in landscapes that look empty but aren't. Those systems brought with them a new kind of haunting. Because when a radar return appears where there should be nothing, it doesn't feel like a ghost story. It feels like a breach, an unknown entering a space you believed was watched. The second reason is environmental. The Arctic lies at the edge of ordinary perception. Cold air forms layers that bend radio waves and create mirages in both sight and signal. Temperature inversions can make distant objects look nearer, higher, or stranger than they are. Over sea ice, the horizon itself can become a trick. On radar, operators know a related effect as ducting, the way atmospheric layers can bend a beam and extend it or warp it, or make a target appear to jump. A return can look like acceleration when it's really a change in propagation. A patch of moisture or turbulence can resemble a coherent object for long enough to raise an alarm. And yet, even with all that, there are moments when multiple instruments agree, and the human witness agrees too. And in those moments, the Arctic's excuses run thin. Consider the tension at the heart of pilot testimony. A fighter pilot is trained to identify silhouettes, judge closure rates, and separate unusual from impossible. But speed, altitude, and fatigue can distort what the brain accepts as real. And in the north, there are fewer reference points. No city lights, few landmarks, a white plane beneath you, and a black plane above you. So when a pilot reports a light pacing them over empty ice, or an object that seems to hover without visible means of lift, the question is rarely whether the person is lying. It's what their mind had to do in seconds. Build a model of reality fast enough to stay alive. This is where the careful, evidence-first approach matters. Start with mundane intruders. Balloons. High-altitude balloons can drift at odd relative speeds, reflect sunlight like metal, and behave in ways that look deliberate when they're simply riding layered winds. On radar, they can be intermittent. To a pilot, they can appear as smooth spheres or featureless dots that don't behave like planes. Then there are drones, a category that has expanded from hobbyist toys to military platforms capable of loitering for hours. But the Arctic is unforgiving. Batteries drain faster. Icing is relentless. Navigation can become strange at high latitudes. Drones explain some reports, but they also create new ambiguities because unmanned no longer means small or slow. And then there is clutter, the noise inside the machine. Radar is not a camera. It is a conversation with space. Pulses sent out, echoes received, patterns inferred. Birds, precipitation, sea waves, even layers of turbulent air can leave signatures that mimic targets. Filtering reduces the noise, but filtering is itself an interpretation. If you tune a system to reject what you believe is impossible, you may reject the truth. If you tune it too open, you invite phantoms. Add one more northern complication: geomagnetic unrest. The aurora is beautiful from the ground, but above it lies a restless ionosphere. During geomagnetic storms, radio propagation can shift, and some anomalies cluster on nights when the sky is electrically alive. Not every strange return is a storm, but storms are part of the background that must be subtracted. So the evidence-first approach begins not with wonder, but with sorting. What was the weather? What was the solar activity? Did multiple sensors see it? Did it persist across different radar sites or different angles? Was there a known balloon launch, a flight corridor, an exercise? There are nights in the record when unknown isn't poetic at all. It's procedural. You are in the dim light of a northern operations room where the air feels too dry and the walls seem to absorb sound. Your eyes keep returning to the same patch of screen. A return blinks at the edge of range, not steady enough to be comforting, not chaotic enough to dismiss. You lean closer without realizing it. You adjust, you cross-check. You watch the track hold for a few seconds longer than it should. The room doesn't panic. It tightens. Someone calls out a bearing. Someone else quietly compares it against another feed. You can hear pencils moving, the soft click of switches, the small rituals of people trained to mistrust both fear and wonder. Outside, you know the world is only ice and darkness, and a sky so clear it almost looks artificial. In here, the screen is your horizon, and when the dot shifts again, not vanishing, not resolving, simply persisting, you feel the strange weight of the word that might end up in the log. Unidentified. Not a conclusion, just a box you are forced to check because the Arctic will not give you more. During the decades when northern warning networks were built and maintained, operators learned to treat every oddity as a test of readiness. A faint return that held course along the top of the continent could trigger cross-checks, one site against another, primary radar against secondary, ground eyes against airborne eyes. The goal wasn't to chase mystery, it was to prevent surprise. And that is what makes the far north paradoxical. The systems are designed for certainty, for classification, yet the environment is designed for ambiguity. Scale collapses. A bright point over a flat horizon can appear close when it's impossibly far. A light that seems to hold station can be crossing your view at a shallow angle, matching your motion long enough to feel stationary. This is why star and planet misidentifications recur, especially in winter. Venus low on the horizon can look like a craft with intent. A bright star seen through thin cloud can seem to pulse. Even satellites can do their own quiet theater, gliding steadily, then flaring as they catch the sun, then vanishing as if they turned off. To someone already primed by a radio call, unknown contact, bearing north, the sky can feel like it's responding, and the instruments, for all their power, can join that theater. A radar track isn't a photograph of an object. It's a decision about which echoes belong together. When conditions are messy, sea clutter, anomalous propagation, intermittent returns, the track can become a stitched narrative, a moving dot that seems purposeful, because our systems are built to assume purpose. That's why careful investigations tend to look boring from the outside. They don't begin with the object. They begin with the entire moment around it. The winds at different layers, the presence of temperature inversions, the state of the ionosphere, nearby exercises, known launches, flight corridors that arc strangely at high latitudes. When those questions are answered, many mysteries collapse into ordinary physics. But a small set do not. They remain as incidents where witnesses and instruments agree on the shape of a problem, without agreeing on its source. The same pattern repeats on the ground. Tracks can feel like certainty, pressure recorded in snow, yet even they depend on context. The surface of sea ice drifts like a slow conveyor belt. A trail can be made in one place and carried elsewhere before it fractures. Wind can erase the approach and leave only the center line, turning an ordinary crossing into a path that seems to begin from nothing. And still, now and then, a report notes something that doesn't fit neatly. Impressions too deep for their width. A spacing that suggests a stride no one would take on that terrain. A line that crosses thin ice where instinct says no. The Arctic doesn't prove the impossible. It only preserves, for a moment, the outline of a question. But even after you sort, some residue remains. And in the north, that residue has a second face. Because not all mysteries are in the sky. Sometimes they are on the ground, or more precisely, on the ice. If you want to understand why the Arctic breeds uncertainty, listen to the stories of unknown tracks. At first, they are operational concerns. A patrol finds marks on sea ice where no vehicle should be. A remote site notes a disturbance outside a perimeter fence. A team on a winter exercise reports a trackway that doesn't match standard equipment. In a place where the environment preserves things, briefly, tracks can be the last readable sentence before the wind erases the page. But snow is also a medium that can mimic intent. Wind can sculpt drifts into forms that look like pathing. Pressure ridges can fracture and leave linear scars resembling a root. Melt and refreeze can create hardened edges like cut marks. A single animal can leave a pattern that appears unnaturally regular because it walked in calm weather and the storm wiped everything else away. And yet, there are reports that describe trackways too coherent to dismiss as wind art. Parallel grooves as if something heavy slid or rolled. Repeating impressions too evenly spaced. Paths that begin in open ice and end at nothing. No camp, no debris. As if the maker stepped out of the world. Here, the skeptical mind reaches for explanations with teeth. Snowmobile, tracked vehicle, aircraft skids, drifting ice, a route made elsewhere and carried intact for miles before cracking apart. Many times, those answers work. But in the stories that persist, the ones repeated quietly at remote posts, there's usually a detail that makes the mundane explanation feel thin. The tracks are too far from any known route. There is no approach trail. The impressions are too deep for their apparent width. Or the pattern suggests a weight distributed in a way that doesn't match familiar machines. The most important idea is simple. Uncertainty is not a failure of intelligence. It is a feature of certain environments. The Arctic is a place where information is fragile. A sensor reading depends on calibration, maintenance, atmospheric conditions, and the human who interprets it. A witness statement depends on stress, time, and the words available to describe something outside routine. Physical evidence can be erased overnight. So when an unusual return appears over the Arctic Ocean, or a pilot reports an object with no transponder, the system responds the way any nervous system does. It tries to categorize: threat, error, unknown. In the Cold War, unknown was uncomfortable. Delay itself could feel dangerous. But over time, another pressure grew. Quieter, more psychological. The pressure to admit what you cannot close. This is the philosophical core of UAP stories in the far north. It isn't that the Arctic guarantees extraordinary visitors. It's that even with satellites and sensors, we still encounter moments where the best answer is, we don't know. And sometimes the most honest word in an archive is unidentified. So imagine a winter night over Alaska. The kind of night where the cold seems to sharpen every sound. The aurora is faint, a pale smudge, and the stars have that hard clarity that makes the sky feel close enough to touch. A radar operator watches the screen. A return blinks into existence at the edge of range, steadies, then shifts. A pilot hears a call and turns toward it, scanning a horizon that is nothing but darkness over ice. Someone on the ground steps outside and sees a light that shouldn't be there, hovering low, then sliding away as if it has discovered it's being watched. Maybe it's a balloon. Maybe it's a reflection. Maybe it's a sensor artifact riding an atmospheric layer like a whisper. Or maybe it's something we have not yet learned to name. And somewhere nearby, in the morning, a patrol finds tracks in wind-packed snow. A line of impressions crossing a blank flat, too clean to be random, too strange to be familiar. The next storm is already building at the horizon. By nightfall, the tracks will be gone. Only the report will remain. A few sentences, a timestamp, a grid coordinate, an image that looks like nothing and yet refuses to feel like nothing. Because in a moving ice world, the difference between a solved case and a lingering mystery can be as small as a single gust of wind. And the wind is always coming. Story 3. The Komsomolet's nuclear subwreck. The next storm is already building at the horizon. By nightfall, the tracks will be gone. Only the report will remain. Ink and coordinates, a moment pinned down on paper while the real world keeps moving. And that's the quiet trick the Arctic plays on the people who study it. Up here, almost everything becomes a document before it becomes an answer. A timestamp, a grid square, a few lines written by gloved hands in a field notebook. The living evidence, snow, light, motion, vanishes on schedule, erased by wind that doesn't care what you saw. But not all mysteries in the far north are erased. Some don't blow away. Some don't melt. Some sink. They leave no track on the surface. And yet they remain heavy and intact, settled into a darkness so deep it might as well be another planet. A place where even a catastrophe can look strangely calm, because the ocean knows how to keep secrets without drama. And in the Norwegian Sea, not far from the Barents region's cold edges, there is one secret that was never meant to exist at all. A nuclear submarine resting on the seafloor like a sealed argument, still waiting to be resolved. Its name was Komsomolets. In the Soviet Navy, it was not just another boat. It was a demonstration, an experimental deep-diving submarine built around an idea that felt almost mythic. If you could go deeper than everyone else, you could hide where no one could follow. Depth as invisibility. Depth as armor. Komsomolets belonged to a class designed for extraordinary pressure, with a titanium pressure hull meant to survive where steel would groan and collapse. In theory, it could descend into zones where sonar becomes uncertain and rescue becomes a distant fantasy. Depths where the ocean presses in like an unblinking hand. And for a time, it worked. Then, in April of 1989, far from the shore and far from help, something ignited inside that engineered sanctuary. A fire, one of the oldest, simplest enemies of any ship, started in a compartment and began to spread through a world built from cables, insulation, oil, hydraulics, and oxygen. A submarine is an architecture of tight corridors and closed doors. Its safety depends on separation, bulkheads, valves, procedures, discipline. But a fire doesn't behave like water in a jar. It finds paths you didn't know existed. It threads itself through ventilation, through conduits, through the spaces between decisions. Accounts from the incident describe a struggle that feels almost ritualistic. Men sealing compartments, cutting systems, fighting smoke with equipment designed for emergencies that are supposed to be brief. In the open sea, on a surface ship, you can run from a fire. In a submarine, there is nowhere to run. Every breath is permission granted by machinery. When the situation became unmanageable, Komsomolets surfaced. Imagine the scene. A black hull breaking through grey water. A Soviet submarine alone in the Norwegian Sea under a cold sky. Smoke in the air. Men moving on the deck in survival suits. The radio crackling with messages that must have sounded calm by necessity, because panic wastes oxygen. There is a particular kind of dread that comes when the surface, normally the goal, the relief, becomes just another hazard. The sea was rough, the temperature was lethal, and the submarine itself, now damaged and burning, was a compromised refuge. The crew was caught between two environments that both wanted them dead. As the fire continued, systems failed, power weakened. The boat began to lose the ability to hold itself together as a functioning vessel. And then came the moment that makes this story feel less like a disaster and more like a philosophical problem. The submarine began to sink. Not the dramatic sinking of a ship rolling over in a harbor, but a sinking that happens in open water, as if the ocean is simply reclaiming weight. The bow settles. The stern rises and falls. The horizon stays indifferent. Rescue ships and aircraft were involved. Men went into the water. Some were pulled out. Many were not. Cold water survival is measured in minutes, not hours. And the North Atlantic doesn't negotiate. It reduces the body to physics. And then Komsomolets went down. It descended until the surface noise became a distant memory, down past the zone where light becomes dim and then disappears entirely, down into pressure so immense it would crush anything not built for it. And finally, it came to rest more than a kilometer beneath the waves, deep enough that the wreck would not be an object you could simply recover, not with any reasonable effort, not without acknowledging the impossible cost. If the story ended there, it would still be tragic. But Komsomolets carried something that doesn't belong in the ocean at all. A nuclear reactor, and at least some nuclear-armed torpedoes, depending on which reports you believe and which details were ever officially admitted. This is where the case shifts, from an accident at sea into a long-term anxiety that can't be solved by memorials or wreck diagrams. Because a conventional shipwreck becomes part of the seafloor, a steel skeleton that rusts and collapses and eventually turns into habitat. A nuclear wreck is different. It is a machine designed to contain a process that nature never intended to host in salt water. Containment relies on integrity, on seals, welds, shielding, controlled geometry. The deep ocean is patient, but it is not gentle. It corrodes, it infiltrates, it waits. In the years after the sinking, the wreck became an international concern. Not because it was visibly leaking in some cinematic plume, but because of what it represented. A source of long-lived radioactive materials placed in an environment that moves in slow currents and invisible layers. An environment that carries particles and stories farther than anyone can easily track. The fear is subtle, and that subtlety is what makes it persistent. Radiation does not announce itself. It doesn't glow blue in open water. It can be present in quantities so small they're statistically confusing and yet still meaningful when measured over years, over ecosystems, over food chains. So the wreck became something like a sealed file that never closes. Expeditions were mounted, some Soviet, some Russian, some international. Deep diving submersibles and remotely operated vehicles went down to look at it, to film it, to sample the water and sediment nearby. In grainy footage, the submarine appears as a shadowed shape lying at an angle, a long object that still looks purposeful even in death. You are staring at a monitor in a dim control space where voices stay low, as if the sea can hear you. The feed is murky at first, snowfall that isn't snow, just particles drifting through the beam. Your hands rest near switches you've touched 100 times, but the pressure behind the camera's eye is unimaginable, a weight you can't picture except as a constant squeeze. The vehicle eases forward and the darkness gives up a shape, not a rock, not a ridge, a line that is too straight, too deliberate. The light catches metal and then slides away, revealing it again, an arc of hull, a seam, a plane that tilts into shadow. You feel the strange certainty of first sight. This is it. This is the object the reports have spoken around for years. It doesn't move. It doesn't need to. The wreck simply occupies the frame, silent, intact enough to feel wrong, like a machine paused mid-sentence. You watch your own breath fog the inside of your visor or your glasses, and for a moment, you forget you are safe behind screens. The seafloor looks calm. The idea inside the hull does not. And then there are the details that feel like a ghost story told in scientific language. Cracks, corrosion at seams, the slow failure of external components, the suggestion that certain compartments are breached, reports in some years of measurable leakage from the wreck, small releases that might not end the world, but that refuse to let the world forget. Because small is a word that depends entirely on time. A tiny leak today is not the same thing as a tiny leak for the next 50 winters, for the next century, for as long as the materials inside remain active enough to matter. And that is the true dread of Komsomolets. It is not a single event, but a continuing relationship between human technology and an environment that will outlast every decision maker who ever signed off on that technology. The wreck sits where the water is cold and deep and dark, and those conditions do something strange to our instincts. Cold can slow corrosion compared to warmer seas, but it does not stop it. Depth reduces oxygen in some layers, changes chemistry, changes how metals behave over decades. Salt still finds pathways. Microbes still do their quiet work. Pressure still stresses whatever is already damaged. The submarine becomes, year by year, less a machine and more an experiment no one intended to run. And it's hard not to notice the way the story mirrors the themes that always haunt the far north. Uncertainty, distance, imperfect observation. In the previous chapter, a patrol finds tracks that the next storm erases. The physical evidence disappears, and what remains is paperwork and memory. Here, the opposite happens. The evidence cannot be erased, not quickly, not cleanly. It is trapped beneath water and pressure, preserved by depth the way ice preserves a footprint. We can't walk up to it. We can't stand beside it. We can't know it the way we know something on land. We only see it through lenses, through instruments, through the translation of deep-sea cameras that turn reality into a flickering screen. And yet, the object itself remains stubbornly present. There are official questions: environmental, geopolitical, logistical. How stable is the reactor compartment? How long will the shielding last? Do the torpedoes still contain what they once contained? Could the wreck be sealed or covered, and would that even help? Should it be raised, and if so, how would you do it without making the danger worse? But there's also a quieter question that rarely makes it into formal reports. What does it mean to lose something like this? A nuclear submarine was built as an extension of deterrence, an invisible threat meant to keep other threats at bay. It was engineered to vanish into the sea and return unchanged. It was supposed to be controlled in every essential way. And yet, in the end, it did vanish into the sea and did not return. Not as a weapon, not as a crude vessel, not as a statement of power. It returned as a wreck, a wreck that continues to matter. Some mysteries tempt you with the idea that if you just had one more piece of evidence, one more witness, one more photograph, you could solve the case. You could write the final paragraph and put the file away. Komsomolets refuses that comfort, because even if we knew every technical detail of the fire, every valve position, every electrical fault, every minute-by-minute decision, we would still be left with the larger problem, an object filled with long-lived consequences placed at the bottom of a living ocean, a decision that can't be undone in a single generation. And so the wreck becomes a kind of landmark, not on maps for tourists, but in the mental geography of military history. It is one of those points where confidence collapses into humility, where the promise of control meets the reality of weather, physics, and human limitation. It also becomes a story about how the Arctic and its neighboring seas hold things. Ice holds tracks until a gust erases them. Water holds wrecks until corrosion slowly writes its own ending. And between those two kinds of custody, snow and sea, our certainty is always temporary. Somewhere over that dark patch of the Norwegian Sea, the surface still looks ordinary most days. Waves, clouds, a cold horizon that could be anywhere. No marker buoy, no warning sign, just an empty stretch of water that doesn't look like a grave. And far below, in permanent night, a long hull lies silent, becoming more like the seafloor each year, but never truly becoming harmless. If you could stand down there, if the ocean allowed it, you might see small flakes of rust drift away like slow snow. You might watch a cable sway in a current you can't feel. You might hear nothing at all, because the deep is often quieter than we expect. And you might realize the most unsettling part isn't that the wreck is hidden. It's that it doesn't need to be seen to matter. The storm overhead can erase footprints in an afternoon, but a wreck like this measures time differently. It sinks, and it keeps sinking in our minds, deeper into bureaucracy, deeper into uncertainty, deeper into the uneasy idea that some things we drop into the Arctic don't disappear. They simply wait, out of sight, for the next sampling mission, the next instrument reading, the next report with a timestamp and a coordinate, another page added to a file that never gets stamped closed. And somewhere in that darkness, the question remains as cold as the water itself. How many years does a disaster last, when the ocean is willing to hold it forever? Story 4. The Tunguska Echo in the North. And somewhere in that darkness, the question remains as cold as the water itself. How many years does a disaster last, when the ocean is willing to hold it forever? It's a thought that lingers, because the Arctic doesn't just hide things in depth. Sometimes it hides them in plain air. There are disasters that settle, that sink, that corrode. And then there are disasters that never quite touch the ground at all. Events that explode in the sky, burn themselves into memory, and leave the world arguing over what actually fell, and what was quietly carried away before anyone else could see it. Because in the far north, you can lose an object twice. First, in the moment it breaks apart, high above the ice, where the only witnesses are distant horizons and instruments designed for war. And then again, in the days after, when the search begins, and the most important evidence becomes not what was found, but what was never recovered. In the early morning of June 30th, 1908, something entered Earth's atmosphere over central Siberia. It did not arrive like a plane or a missile. No engine noise, no steady approach. It arrived as a shock of light that turned night into a bruised, impossible dawn. People reported a sky split open, a fireball, a moving sun with a tail, a heat so sharp it felt like an open oven door being thrown wide. Then came the airburst. Not an impact crater, not a neat cinematic collision. Instead, an explosion in the air, a detonation that flattened a living forest as if a giant hand had pressed down and wiped it smooth. Trees fell outward from a central point in a radial pattern so clean it looked engineered. Some witnesses were knocked off their feet miles away. Windows rattled far beyond the region. Reports later described nights that glowed strangely across Europe, as if fine dust had been stirred into the upper atmosphere and hung there, catching sunlight long after sunset. They named it after a river, Tunguska. And for more than a century, Tunguska has sat in the human imagination like an unfinished sentence. It's not just the scale, it's the gap. The uncomfortable detail that the greatest cosmic strike in modern history left no obvious body behind. No crater you could stand in and point at. No single slab of rock you could hold up to a camera and say, with confidence, this is what nearly rewrote the map. An airburst is a kind of vanishing act. A space rock, often stony, sometimes metallic, enters the atmosphere at tens of kilometers per second. The air in front of it compresses so violently it heats into plasma. The surface begins to ablate, shedding material as a glowing envelope. If the object is weak, full of fractures or porous, like a dirty snowball, it can't survive the stress. Pressure builds faster than its structure can handle. And then, rather than striking the ground, it ruptures in the air, its energy released as a blast wave. To a human on the ground, it can feel like a bomb went off above the clouds. But unlike a bomb, the weapon is the speed itself. The atmosphere does the killing. It turns kinetic energy into heat and pressure. It turns the sky into a hammer. That's the science. It's elegant, almost comforting, because it offers rules. And yet, Tunguska remains haunted by rules that don't feel complete. Because if an airburst can do that, if the sky can flatten a forest and leave almost nothing in the hand, then the far north becomes a stage for a particular kind of mystery. One where the event is undeniable, but the evidence is negotiable. One where officials can say, truthfully, we saw it, and still refuse to say what it was. And that's where the Arctic echo begins. In the 20th century, the North filled with ears. Not human ears, instrument ears. Radar stations that watched the horizon for bombers. Early warning networks that tracked objects crossing polar routes. Seismic sensors buried in remote ground. Infrasound arrays listening for nuclear tests, capable of catching the low-frequency sigh of an explosion from thousands of kilometers away. Hydroacoustic sensors in cold water. Satellites watching for the sudden thermal bloom of a detonation. The Arctic, in other words, became one of the most monitored empty places on Earth. And that changes what a fireball means. In an unobserved wilderness, a meteor is a story, a rumor, a bright streak someone swears they saw. But in the monitored North, a meteor can become a classified event. A single atmospheric flash can touch multiple systems at once. Radar blips, infrared sensors, pressure signatures, radio anomalies. It can trigger automated filters designed to catch missile launches. It can light up military logbooks in a language that isn't meant for the public. And when that happens, the mystery doesn't begin with the fireball. It begins with the response. In most places, a large meteoroid leaves clues that spill outward. Social media videos, dashboards of citizen scientists, open source triangulations. Someone finds a dark stone in a field and holds it like a trophy. But the far north has fewer phones, fewer eyes, fewer roads. And the land itself is an evidence shredder. Snow buries fragments. Ice carries them. Meltwater moves them. Permafrost swallows them. A piece of meteorite can vanish into a lake's silt and be sealed beneath a new winter within days. Or it can be found quickly by the only organization capable of moving fast across that terrain. And so, every Arctic fireball carries two parallel stories. The public story, a streak of light, some reports, maybe a note in an astronomical database. And the quiet story, a chain of calls, coordinates, flights, and the arrival of people who don't give interviews. There are modern echoes of Tunguska that remind us how easily an airburst can be both obvious and incomplete. In February of 2013, a meteor exploded over Chelyabinsk in Russia, far south compared to the high Arctic, but close enough in spirit to feel like a warning. The flash was captured by dashboard cameras. The shockwave broke windows and injured people. The science became visible in real time. A bolide, fragmentation, the delayed punch of the blast wave arriving after the light. And yet, even there, with millions of witnesses, the question of debris became a scramble. A frozen lake yielded fragments only after divers cut through thick ice. Black stones were traded, sold, misidentified. Rumors spread faster than geology. If that was difficult in a region with roads and cameras, imagine the same event over the Beaufort Sea, over the Kara, over the Chukchi, over empty tundra that swallows footsteps. Now imagine it happening not in the era of dashboard cameras, but in the Cold War, when the first assumption of any bright detonation in the sky was not meteor, it was attack. In the Cold War North, an unexplained airburst would not be treated as a curiosity. It would be treated as a problem of national survival until proven otherwise. And that proof, those sensor readouts, those radar tracks, those infrared signatures, would often live inside systems designed specifically to keep information from spreading. This is where the Tunguska echo becomes more unsettling than Tunguska itself. Because Tunguska was a mystery born from ignorance. We lacked instruments. We lacked access. We lacked the kind of immediate data that makes an event legible. But an Arctic airburst in the age of early warning networks is a mystery born from surplus. There may be too much data. Data you will never see. And the gap then becomes deliberate. In the late 20th and early 21st centuries, there were documented cases of large fireballs over northern latitudes, events energetic enough to be detected by global monitoring systems. Some were acknowledged later in scientific summaries. Some were discussed in the careful language of atmospheric entry statistics. A bolide of significant energy. A high-altitude explosion. No confirmed meteorites recovered. Those last words matter, because no confirmed meteorites recovered doesn't always mean none existed. It can mean the terrain was too difficult, or it can mean the fragments fell into ocean, and ocean does what ocean does. Or it can mean someone recovered them quietly and never reported it. Meteorites are not just rocks, they are time capsules. Some contain compounds older than Earth, materials from the early solar system, pristine samples that laboratories crave. Some are rare enough to be geopolitical in their own way. Pieces of Mars, pieces of the Moon, iron masses that reveal the cores of long-destroyed asteroids. A fresh fall, quickly collected before weathering, is a scientific prize. Now place that prize into the Arctic, where strategic secrecy already lives in the bones of the landscape. It's not hard to imagine the incentives aligning. If an airburst happens near a sensitive route, near a radar field, near a submarine corridor, near an installation that doesn't appear on tourist maps, the response is not just about science. It's about control. About making sure that a civilian doesn't wander into a restricted zone with a camera and accidentally film something else while looking for a space rock. And so, in some stories from the far north, the most persistent rumor isn't that something extraterrestrial fell. It's that something was collected. A helicopter sighted where no tourists were supposed to be. A sudden cordon, a quiet flight path. A local told, gently but firmly, that this area is off limits for environmental reasons. A field team that doesn't introduce itself. On paper, all of it can be reasonable. On the ground, it feels like the beginning of a file. There's another layer too, one that makes the Arctic uniquely good at producing phantom events. Because not every fireball is a meteor. Re-entering space hardware can burn up in the atmosphere, shedding bright fragments like a slow-motion sparkler. Spent rocket bodies can break apart and scatter debris across remote regions. Military tests, whether open or not, can create flashes and trails that resemble bolides to an untrained eye. Even high-altitude detonations of conventional devices in certain conditions can produce luminous phenomena. The North is full of these possibilities, and when you mix them together, you get a new kind of uncertainty. A person sees a light and says, "Meteor." A sensor sees a signature and flags "unknown." A government sees potential incident. A scientist later sees "unrecovered." And the public sees nothing at all. The science of airbursts is grounded, but it contains a cruel poetry. The atmosphere is both detector and destroyer. It lights the object up for the world to see, then helps erase it. A classic impact leaves a crater, a scar you can measure. An airburst leaves patterns, broken trees, pressure injuries, distant reports, clues that fade with each season. In the Arctic, that fading is faster. Snowfall is an eraser. Ice drift is a conveyor belt. Spring melt is a shuffle. And the land is so vast that even if you had the exact coordinates, the ground truth can still be a gamble. A fireball that explodes at high altitude can spread fragments across a footprint measured in tens or hundreds of kilometers, depending on entry angle and breakup dynamics. The strewn field becomes a long, thin ribbon. Without dense eyewitness accounts and immediate access, it becomes a search for a needle in a moving, freezing haystack. That's why the most haunting element of these northern events is not the flash, it's the hunt. Imagine the difference between an ordinary scientific expedition and a debris hunt after a high-energy airburst in the far north. The scientific expedition advertises itself. It publishes. It invites collaboration. The debris hunt moves like a quiet emergency. It begins with instrument data, the timing, the direction, the altitude of the burst. It cross-references radar tracks, infrasound arrival times, satellite detections. It estimates where fragments might have fallen. Then it sends people. You step down into the cold as if into another medium, the air so sharp it feels engineered. The world is flat and white, and the whiteness is not empty. It's active, moving, waiting to cover whatever you're here for. Your gloves squeak when you flex your fingers. Somewhere behind you, an engine ticks itself cool. Ahead, there's only a coordinate, a line on a screen that pretends it can pin the sky to the ground. You walk in a measured grid, because that's how you turn silence into method. Every few steps you stop, scan, and listen to nothing. The strange part is how ordinary it looks. Wind-sculpted drifts, faint crust, the kind of surface that could hide anything and never look guilty. You find your first dark speck, and your breath catches, not because you know what it is, but because it's the first thing that breaks the Arctic's perfection. You kneel, brush away powder, and the speck becomes a small, matte fragment in your palm. For a moment you hold it like proof. Then you label it, seal it, and realize the real discovery isn't the fragment. It's how quickly the landscape tries to erase the fact that you were ever here. And those people work fast, because every hour allows wind to cover footprints, allows snow to bury dark stones, allows melt to begin its slow rearrangement of the ground. In a clean, open world, those teams would leave behind an obvious trail. Press releases, photos, interviews with the lead scientist holding a charred fragment with gloved hands. But in the Arctic's military shadow, a debris hunt can disappear into logistics. A plane lands somewhere remote, a helicopter lifts off, a convoy moves, and the next public-facing update is a sentence like, "No significant material was recovered," which may be true in the narrowest sense. No significant material, no confirmed meteorites, no reportable debris. And yet, the people involved, if they exist, might have filled boxes with dark stones and labeled them with coordinates and timestamps, sealed them, and sent them south to a facility whose name never appears in a popular documentary. It's a strange thing to admit, but sometimes the most unsettling mysteries are created by competence. We imagine secrecy as a clumsy cover-up, full of contradictions and panic. But the far north has produced a more subtle kind, a system that can respond efficiently, erase traces accidentally, and then file the entire event away under categories that the public never reads. Even if nothing conspiratorial is happening, the outcome can feel identical. A bright flash, a deep thump felt through the ground, reports of a moving light over tundra, a brief flurry of activity that locals remember as odd, and then silence. Somewhere inside this, Tunguska becomes less like a unique catastrophe and more like a template, a reminder that the sky can strike and still refuse to leave a body behind. And when we talk about incomplete evidence, we usually imagine incompetence or chance or the chaos of nature. But the Arctic suggests another possibility. Incomplete evidence can be a strategy, not necessarily a malicious one. Sometimes it's a strategy of caution. The idea that in a region defined by strategic tension, you don't broadcast unknown events until you know they aren't hostile. You don't encourage curiosity near sensitive sites. You don't let rumors bloom into panic. And yet, every time a northern airburst gets summarized with a few sparse lines, the mind does what it always does in an information vacuum. It fills the space. Was it a meteor, truly? Or a piece of hardware that shouldn't have been there? If it was a meteor, what kind? Stony, iron, carbonaceous, something rare? If it was rare, who holds it now? If it was collected, where did it go? And if it wasn't collected, where is it hiding? Under how many meters of snow? In which lake bed? Inside which fold of ice that will drift, crack, and eventually release it decades from now into open water? Because that's the final cruelty of the North. Nothing stays where it falls. Even the evidence migrates. A fragment that lands on sea ice can ride currents like a passenger. It can drift into a shipping lane, fracture, sink. It can travel farther than the blast waves reach, carried not by fire, but by the slow machinery of the Arctic itself. And the next time a research vessel drags a net and pulls up a strange metal shard, the paperwork might list it as unknown object. and the coordinates might not match any public report of an airburst. The story breaks into pieces, like the object did, which brings us back to that feeling we left in the dark water above a wreck, the sense of a file that never closes, because some mysteries aren't unresolved because they're too old. They're unresolved because the environment is too good at erasing, and the institutions watching are too good at recording without revealing. In the end, the Tunguska Echo in the north is less about a single fireball and more about a pattern, a recurring moment when something enters our world at impossible speed, announces itself with light and pressure, and then forces us to confront the most unnerving kind of absence. Not the absence of witnesses, the absence of artifacts. A disaster you can't hold, a fragment you can't photograph, a crater that never formed. Only the memory of brightness and the knowledge that somewhere, inside some database, inside some lab, inside some sealed container marked with a coordinate and a date, someone might already know exactly what fell. Or maybe no one does. Maybe the Arctic took it, the way it takes everything else, quietly, efficiently, without drama. And if the sky can explode and still keep its secrets, then the next time the northern horizon flashes, brief as a camera bulb, bright enough to cast shadows at midnight, the real question won't be what we saw. It will be what was recovered before the snow returned, and how many pages were added to a file that, like the ocean, never needs to be seen to matter. Story 5. The Dew Line Ghost Stations. Maybe the Arctic took it, the way it takes everything else, quietly, efficiently, without drama. And if the sky can explode and still keep its secrets, then the next time the northern horizon flashes, brief as a camera bulb, bright enough to cast shadows at midnight, the real question won't be what we saw. It will be what was recovered before the snow returned, and how many pages were added to a file that, like the ocean, never needs to be seen to matter. In the north, there's a particular kind of silence that comes after the search is called off. Not the clean silence of peace, but the administrative silence. The kind you hear when the last helicopter lifts away, when the last boot track fills in, when the last clipboard is tucked back into a case and the pen goes dry. The Arctic doesn't just swallow objects, it absorbs intentions. It erases the urgency that made men fly here in the first place. And then, in the lull that follows, between one emergency and the next, you begin to notice something else. The land is not empty. It is dotted with structures that weren't built to be remembered, outposts that were never meant to become ruins, stations that existed for a single purpose: to look into the sky and to warn the rest of the world that something was coming. They called it the DEW line, the Distant Early Warning Line, a chain of radar sites strung across the top of North America like a set of watchful eyelids, forced open through the long polar night. It was a Cold War project, built on the assumption that the shortest path for enemy bombers wasn't across oceans or along borders, but straight over the top of the world. And when you build a system like that, you don't just install machines, you install nerves. At its peak, the line was a living corridor of isolated work camps, main stations with airstrips and power plants, auxiliary sites with smaller crews, and tiny outposts so minimal they felt like they'd been dropped from the sky. Radomes perched like pale mushrooms, Antenna towers bolted into permafrost, fuel tanks lined up like offerings to a god of combustion. From above, they looked like punctuation marks on a map that most people never see. From the ground, they looked like the edge of civilization, not because they were elegant, but because they were stubborn. Heated buildings, fluorescent light, metal doors that fought the wind. A little pocket of engineered warmth in a landscape that doesn't recognize human comfort as a right. And then, after decades of watching the air, they began to go dark. Some were modernized. Some were replaced by newer systems. Some were simply left behind. The North changes faster than policy. Budgets shift. Threats evolve. Equipment becomes obsolete. The personnel fly south. The generators shut down. The last shift locks the door and tapes a note inside a window. Temporary, maybe. Then boards a plane that shrinks into the distance until it becomes just another speck, swallowed by the same sky those radars once guarded. But empty is not the same as gone. The DEW line ghost stations are still there. Wind-sanded, frost-blasted, half-buried, some of them collapsed into themselves like tired animals. And they are haunted in a way that has nothing to do with whispers or apparitions. They are haunted by purpose, by the fact that they were built to detect approach, to interpret distant echoes, to turn invisible threats into readable signals. Because what happens when the watchers leave, but the place keeps listening? In the 1950s, the idea of a radar line across the Arctic was as audacious as it was expensive. It meant building in places that had no roads, no ports, no nearby towns, only ice, rock, and weather that could chew metal into lace. Everything had to be shipped, flown, dragged, assembled in seasons measured not by months, but by the brief windows when the sea ice broke enough to allow supply ships and when the air was stable enough for planes to land. The men who came here didn't come for romance. They came for contracts, for duty, for wages that justified the risk and the loneliness. They came into a world where daylight could vanish for weeks, and where the wind could turn a simple walk between buildings into a survival problem. Inside, the stations had a strange, artificial rhythm, clocks and schedules imposed on a place that did not care what time it was. Radios murmured. Coffee stayed hot. Cigarette smoke hung under low ceilings. The radar scopes pulsed their green light, sweeping and sweeping, transforming the sky into a rotating promise that if anything big moved toward the continent, someone would know. But radar doesn't see objects the way eyes do. Radar sees returns, energy reflected back from whatever interrupts the beam. A plane, yes, but also temperature layers, ice crystals, moisture, birds, aurora-induced interference, ionospheric quirks that can bend signals in ways that feel almost supernatural if you're not trained to expect them. In the Arctic, the atmosphere itself can become a prankster. There were nights when operators would see blips that arrived too fast, or hung too still, or drifted with a confidence that didn't match any aircraft they recognized. Sometimes those anomalies were explainable. Ducting events where the radar beam traveled farther than expected, bouncing along atmospheric layers like a whisper through a hallway. Sometimes it was angel echoes, flocks of birds high enough to look like something larger. Sometimes it was the aurora, the North's own electric curtain, turning the upper atmosphere into a shifting mirror. But sometimes the explanation didn't arrive in time to soothe the nerves. A radar site is a place built around an anxiety loop. It runs on the logic of anticipation. You stare at a screen where the future might appear as a dot. You label that dot. You track it. You decide whether it matters. And you do it over and over, night after night, until your brain learns to fear not the blip itself, but the moment you can't identify it. Now, take that loop and remove the people. The stations remain as shells, but the memory of their function lingers in the architecture. Even empty, they feel like instruments. Corridors designed for quick movement, rooms designed to be staffed, observation points designed to gaze outward. You step through the threshold as if you're breaking a seal. Your boots scrape grit off the floor, wind-blown sand and powdered paint that used to be somebody's walls. The air is dry, cold, and faintly metallic, the kind of cold that seems to erase scent. Ahead, the operations room opens up, and for a moment, you forget it's abandoned. The space is arranged like a question that never got answered. Desks facing forward, cable runs along the edges, an empty rectangle on the wall where something vital once glowed. You can still see the lighter squares where maps or charts hung, protected from decades of grime. A doorway sighs in the wind behind you, and the building answers with a thin, continuous hum. Sheet metal vibrating, a vent whining, a sound so close to radio static, your hand almost goes to a headset that isn't there. You stand where an operator once stood, looking outward at nothing, and the strangest part is how quickly your mind starts to supply the missing motion, the sweep, the dot, the decision. In a place built to watch, even emptiness feels like activity. You can stand inside a disused operations room and feel, almost physically, how much attention used to live there. It's like walking into a theater after the audience has left. The stage is still set, the seats still face forward, and you realize the building itself is waiting for something that no longer arrives. Some of these sites have been cleaned up, at least on paper. Others were discovered to have left behind a different kind of warning, one that had nothing to do with bombers. Because the Arctic does not forgive the materials of modern life. Dew line stations were built in an era when the priority was speed and reliability, not environmental gentleness. Fuel was stored and burned in huge quantities. Electrical components used industrial chemicals. Paints, solvents, and lubricants were everywhere. Some equipment contained PCBs, persistent compounds once common in transformers and capacitors, now notorious for lingering in ecosystems. Old insulation could be asbestos. Waste was sometimes burned, sometimes buried, sometimes left in drums that were never meant to sit in permafrost for half a century. And in the north, permafrost is not a safe, it's a delayed release mechanism. As the climate shifts and thaw deepens, buried debris can migrate. Old spills can seep. Drums can corrode. A site that seemed stable for decades can suddenly begin to bleed into soil and water. The stations become, in that sense, time capsules that leak, not just stories, but residues. This is part of what makes them so unsettling. They were built to protect the continent from a catastrophic future, yet they quietly planted smaller catastrophes in the ground beneath them. The warning system became, itself, a kind of contamination, an imprint of a particular century's fear, etched into the Arctic like a stain. And it's here that the phrase, "what the North remembers," stops being poetic and becomes literal. The land keeps records, not in ink, but in chemistry, not in archives, but in sediment. A dropped battery, a spilled barrel, a scraped layer of paint. These can outlast the geopolitical crisis that justified them. But there's another memory too, the human one. Ask pilots who've landed near old sites, or workers who've gone back as part of remediation crews, and you'll hear a common detail. The stations don't feel abandoned the way southern buildings do. In the south, nature reclaims, vines, trees, animals moving in. In the high Arctic, nature doesn't reclaim with abundance. It reclaims with subtraction. It erodes, it strips, it sandblasts, it empties. Windows cloud with frost and grit. Metal panels warp. Doors jam. Snow drifts into corners and compacts into something like stone. And in the long, dark season, when the wind runs hard across the tundra, the buildings can sing. Not metaphorically, literally. Loose siding vibrates. Vents howl. Old antenna masts moan with tension. If you've ever heard a distant DEW line structure in a gale, it can sound like an animal calling from far away. Low, mechanical, endless. A voice that belongs to no throat. It doesn't help that these places were built for radio. Radio is the second language of the North. It travels where roads don't. It bounces off the ionosphere, slides along the horizon, sneaks into valleys. A working station once meant a constant atmosphere of communications, scheduled calls, weather reports, supply coordination, check-ins to reassure someone that the lights were still on. When a station goes silent, that silence becomes conspicuous. It's not just absence, it's a break in a grid. And in the Arctic, breaks in grids feel dangerous. They feel like missing teeth. There are stories, some verifiable, some not, of people approaching old sites and hearing faint transmissions, like distant voices trapped in static. Often, the rational explanation is simple. A modern aircraft band drifting in, a far-off station's signal, an old piece of equipment acting as an unintended receiver. In places saturated with metal and wiring, you can build accidental antennas without trying. But the effect is the same. The sensation that the place is still attempting to speak. The most eerie detail about the DEW line isn't the look of decay. It's the idea that decay happened in stages that resemble a shutdown sequence. You can imagine the last day, the final sweep of the scope, the last weather report, the last checklist. The moment someone turns off a radar set that had been running so long, it felt like a heartbeat. Then, quiet. Not a natural quiet, but a switched-off quiet. In the decades since, the Arctic has done what it does. Snow has drifted into the gaps. Ice has pushed against foundations. Rust has bloomed like a slow infection. But the bones remain. And when you see them, you can't help but think about what was once considered normal there. The expectation of attack. The Cold War trained entire infrastructures to live in a permanent state of pre-impact. That psychology left artifacts. Not just buildings, but habits of secrecy. Certain site logs were routine. Certain reports were filed and forgotten. Certain anomalies were tagged, dismissed, or forwarded upward into channels most people never saw. And here the DEW line ties back to the fireballs we just left behind. The flashes in the sky, the debris hunts, the question of what gets recovered before the snow returns. Because radar stations don't just watch for bombers, they watch the sky. A bright meteor can create ionization trails. An airburst can produce atmospheric effects. A large object entering the atmosphere can throw unusual returns, especially in high-latitude conditions where the aurora and ionosphere are already energetic. If you're sitting at a scope and you see an unexpected pattern, something that doesn't look like a plane, doesn't track like a bird, doesn't behave like weather, you have a decision to make. Do you log it? Do you call it in? Do you treat it as noise? In an era of nuclear fear, the worst mistake was complacency. So, everything strange had to be sorted quickly. Threat, non-threat, unknown. Unknown is the category that eats the mind. It's also the category that rarely survives long in public view. Unknown becomes classified or discarded or folded into a larger report until it no longer looks like an anomaly, just another line item under interference. But what if the Arctic keeps the unknown in place? One of the most persistent mysteries associated with northern radar history is the idea of ghost tracks, returns that appear and vanish, that suggest motion without a body. Sometimes these can be explained by atmospheric ducting, where radar beams refract and pick up distant objects far beyond normal range, making them seem to pop into existence. Sometimes it's anomalous propagation during temperature inversions. Sometimes it's the aurora again, flooding the sky with charged particles that distort signals. And yet, even when the science is solid, the lived experience can feel uncanny. Imagine being alone at 3 a.m., the station humming, the wind battering the walls, and your screen shows something that looks like approach. You call it in. Another station doesn't see it. A few sweeps later, it's gone. No visual contact, no radio intercept, no explanation that satisfies the animal part of your brain. Now imagine that decades later, the station that once held that operator is an empty shell. The equipment is gone, the logs archived or lost, the power dead. But the landscape remains. The same sky, the same aurora, the same atmospheric quirks, and the same sense, hard to shake, that something up here can appear without warning. People sometimes ask why these sites feel so haunted when they aren't ancient, when their history is relatively recent, when their function is well documented. The answer is that they were never built for human life. They were built for vigilance. A DEW line station is, in essence, a monument to suspicion, a shrine to the idea that the horizon is not neutral, that the distance is a corridor for threats. The men who lived there learned to interpret everything through that lens. Every blip, every engine sound, every unexpected signal. Even the weather could feel like an adversary because it interfered with the mission. When that lens is applied for years, the place absorbs it. You can feel it in the layout, in the way buildings face outward, in the way equipment rooms were positioned, in the way antenna fields spread like a mechanical tundra. The stations were built as listening posts, and now that they're empty, they become a different kind of listening post for anyone who visits, and for anyone who imagines what might still be lodged in their walls. There's also the human layer that often goes unspoken. These sites sat on Inuit land and within Inuit worlds. For southern planners, the Arctic was a blank space to be filled with hardware. For northern communities, it was home, an environment with names, roots, seasonal rhythms, and memory far older than any radar. The collision of those perspectives created its own shadows. The stations brought jobs and disruption, supply flights and restrictions, new materials and new waste. In some places, they were close enough to communities to be part of local life. In others, they were remote islands of strangers. When a station is abandoned, the question isn't only what did it watch, but what did it leave behind? This is why remediation matters, and why it can feel, strangely, like an exorcism. Crews arrive with protective gear and heavy equipment. They test soil. They remove drums. They dismantle structures that were once defended as strategic assets. They scrape away contamination that had been treated as collateral. They try, in a controlled and documented way, to undo the physical consequences of an earlier era's urgency. But there are limits to what can be cleaned. You can remove the visible debris. You can cap certain soils. You can haul away thousands of tons of material. Yet you cannot remove the concept of the station. The fact that it existed as part of a system designed to turn the Arctic into a front line. And that concept lingers, especially when you remember how close the world once came to acting on those warnings. An early warning system is not a passive thing. It is the first link in a chain that ends in decisions. If radar sees bombers, commanders act. If commanders act, nations respond. The DW line was built to buy minutes. Minutes that could mean the difference between a retaliatory strike and none, between evacuation and impact, between misunderstanding and irreversible escalation. Story 6. The Lost Aircraft, Under Greenland and Arctic Ice. When the screen goes dark, the sky doesn't become empty. It becomes a vault. Up at the DEW line, men once watched for shapes that might mean war. They sat in small heated rooms surrounded by instruments, listening to the wind worry the seams of the station and make that soft, persistent sound like radio static. When the station's power died, when the scope went black, the Arctic did what it always does. It kept the silence and it kept the record. Because the North has another way of remembering, one that doesn't rely on paper or archives or even language. It records in layers. Snow falls like blank pages. Drifts stack and harden. Seasons compress themselves into thin seams of ice. And beneath those seams, objects can disappear without leaving the kind of evidence we expect to find. A place can look pristine, untouched, as if nothing ever happened there, even when something fell from the sky. Not everything the Arctic watched for came in on a radar screen. Some of it came down out of the clouds. A crash, in most landscapes, is a scar. You can read it for years. Shattered trees, blackened soil, debris scattered like punctuation across the ground. But on snow and ice, the story can be smothered almost immediately. Snow behaves like water at the moment of impact, swallowing violence, dulling sharp edges, filling gaps. Then the weather begins its quiet work. Wind erases tracks. Fresh fall covers fragments. A winter can make a catastrophe look like a rumor. And if the wreck is not recovered quickly, it begins to sink. Not into Earth, but into time. Because ice sheets are not still. Greenland's great interior is a frozen river moving at a glacial pace, flowing outward toward the coast. Snow becomes fern, fern becomes ice. Pressure packs each year into a tight, translucent layer. An aircraft left on the surface is slowly buried by accumulation, then pulled along by the ice's motion. The coordinates of the crash become an old address. The crime scene moves. This is what makes the lost aircraft under Greenland and Arctic ice feel so eerie. The evidence drifts, the archive slides, and the longer you wait, the less certain you become about what you're even searching for. Because the landscape doesn't just hide the story, it edits it. During the Second World War, the North Atlantic became a corridor. Aircraft were ferried from North America to Europe by stepping across cold outposts: Labrador, Greenland, Iceland, the United Kingdom, because direct routes were risky and range limited. Greenland, once a white blank on most people's mental maps, became a waypoint. And that meant planes began to meet the ice in ways no one had planned. Weather was the true enemy. Fog that erased horizons, winds that shoved aircraft sideways as if the sky had currents, ice that formed on wings and propellers, navigation that could be confused at high latitudes where compasses grow unreliable and the world offers few landmarks. You could be overland and still feel as lost as if you were over open ocean. In July of 1942, a small drama unfolded over Greenland that would later become one of the most famous buried aircraft mysteries on Earth. A group of US aircraft, fighters and bombers on the ferry route, ran into severe weather. Fuel diminished as they searched for a place to land. With visibility collapsing, the crews faced a choice that feels brutal in its simplicity. Keep flying and hope the sky clears, or put the aircraft down on the ice and pray rescue can find them. They chose the ice. The landings were, by the standards of forced landings, astonishing. Machines skidded to a stop on the Greenland ice cap. Crews climbed out alive into a world of wind and white. And after days of hardship, rescue did come. The men were brought home. The aircraft were left behind. At the time, that abandonment may have felt temporary, a problem for later. A plane is valuable. A plane is not something you simply forget. But Greenland turns later into decades. Storm after storm erased the wreck's outlines. Fresh snow buried wings, then fuselages. Summer melt and winter freeze sealed the metal into denser layers. The machines did what everything on that ice does. They sank centimetre by centimetre into a moving archive. Eventually, if you walked across that region, you would see nothing but a clean horizon. No aluminum glint, no broken glass, no sign that a squadron once sat there like stranded insects. The only proof would be in old reports and coordinates. Coordinates that assumed the ice was a floor, not a conveyor. And that is where the story becomes strange. Because decades later, people went back for those aircraft. Modern recovery efforts in Greenland feel like a marriage between archaeology and engineering. Instead of digging through soil, teams use radar that can see through ice, sending pulses downward and listening for the faint return from metal. In a landscape with almost no fixed landmarks, they build maps out of echoes and probabilities. They drill narrow shafts. They lower cameras into darkness and wait for the beam to catch a curve, a spar, a riveted skin. In the early 1990s, one of those fighters was located deep beneath the surface, a P-38 later nicknamed Glacier Girl. Bringing it up wasn't a simple unearthing. It was a careful extraction through a vertical tunnel melted into the ice, bringing up pieces that had been compressed and distorted by pressure. You are standing at the mouth of a narrow shaft in the Greenland ice, the air around you biting and thin, and everything you own feels louder than it should. Zippers, breath, the faint clink of metal on metal. The winch hums. A cable feeds down into darkness that doesn't look like darkness so much as a dense, frozen blue. Someone calls out a number, and you watch the line tremble as the camera descends. For a long moment, there is only the grainy glow of artificial light sweeping over ice walls, smooth in places, jagged in others, like a tunnel drilled through a frozen ocean. Then the beam catches something that isn't ice, a curve, a skin of metal with a dull, aged sheen. A line of rivets, perfectly human, perfectly manufactured. An unmistakable geometry in a world that normally refuses straight edges. The camera nudges closer. The ice around it looks pressed and glassy, as if it has been holding its breath for decades. And in that tight circle of light, you feel the strange reversal. The past is not behind you. It is below you, waiting. The glacier had preserved the aircraft, but it had also been squeezing it for half a century, slowly reshaping the metal like a hand closing over something delicate. And still, the image is hard to shake. A warplane from 1942 returning to daylight after 50 years in a cold darkness where time moves differently. That's the paradox of Greenland's ice. It is both eraser and vault. We tend to think disappearance means destruction. In many places, that's true. Wrecks rust, fires consume, rain and oxygen do their work. But beneath an ice sheet, decay is slowed, not stopped, and the object is hidden from the very forces that would normally scatter it into nothing. Instead, it becomes a suspended scene, never fully preserved in the romantic sense, but preserved enough to feel like an artifact out of place in the present. A time capsule with pressure marks. And Greenland is not the only place where this happens. Across the Arctic, on glaciers, on ice caps, on sea ice that locks up drift for months, aircraft have been lost and then hidden in ways that invite a different kind of investigation. Sometimes the wreck is known, but unreachable. Sometimes the last known position is imprecise, because in a storm, there is no clear here. Sometimes the crash is recorded in a log, then buried by bureaucracy, then forgotten as personnel rotate and decades pass. And sometimes the story is thin from the beginning, a flight that simply stops talking, leaving only an empty stretch of sky where someone was supposed to be. That's where the phrase, "ghosts in the white," earns its weight. Not as superstition, as logistics. A lost aircraft under the ice is not like a car in a ditch. It is not even like a shipwreck on the seafloor, fixed in place. Under ice, the object can move. Glaciologists can model flow rates and accumulation. They can estimate how far an embedded wreck might drift and how deep it might be. But those are models, and the ice is not a machine with perfect predictability. Meltwater percolates and refreezes in strange layers. Crevasses open and close. Surfaces that appear flat can be riddled with hidden fractures that swallow objects whole. So when someone says, "It should be here," what they mean is, this is where it was. Those are not the same statement, and this is where the mystery begins to expand beyond aviation. Because once you accept that the ice is a moving file system, you start to see how recovery becomes detective work in a landscape that refuses to sit still. Search teams aren't simply finding wrecks. They're trying to intercept them, trying to meet a hidden object at the right point along its slow journey through the glacier. There is something deeply unsettling about that idea. The thought that an aircraft can be traveling under your feet, invisible, carried by the ice like a sealed letter in a slow postal system. The thought that the plane's last radio call is long gone, the crew's names are now history, and yet the machine itself is still there, being pushed toward a coast it may not reach for centuries. And yet, sometimes the ice gives things back. In parts of Greenland and Antarctica, old layers of ice can be stripped away by wind and melt, exposing blue ice where deeper material reaches the surface. In these zones, objects can reappear. Fragments of wood, pieces of equipment, even human artifacts, emerging as if freshly dropped. It can be disorienting. To an untrained eye, it can look like a new crash. To a historian, it can feel like a message from the past. But it is neither. It is simply the glacier turning a page, which raises a modern, unsettling possibility. As the Arctic warms and melt seasons lengthen, the archive becomes less stable. The vault does not open like a door. It cracks unpredictably in scattered places at different times. That means some of the North's hidden inventory, stations, barrels, wrecks, debris, may not remain hidden forever. Evidence can migrate upward. Old events can return, not because anyone went looking, but because the ice itself changed its mind about what it is willing to conceal. And if that happens, what will we find first? The famous stories we already know. Aircraft we can name, routes we can trace, records we can cross-check, or something else. A set of parts with markings that don't match any public report. A fragment that suggests a crash no one ever discussed. A piece of hardware that raises the uncomfortable question of why it was left here at all. This is where the mainstream explanation and the more shadowed theories begin to separate. The grounded view is honest and harsh. The Arctic is unforgiving, and aircraft have always failed here. Weather, navigation, mechanical limits, human error. These are enough to account for most disappearances. A whiteout can erase orientation. Icing can steal lift. A misread instrument can turn safe descent into impact. But the Arctic also invites institutional silence. In the Cold War, the North was filled with flights whose details were not meant for general audiences. A crash involving sensitive equipment might have been reported vaguely, recovered quietly, or simply marked and left if recovery risked exposure or was judged too dangerous. In that scenario, the ice becomes not just an accidental hiding place, but a convenient one, a natural vault for things that are easier to lose than to explain. And once something is filed into that vault, time does what it always does. It replaces the people who knew. The story thins into rumor. The rumor becomes legend. And the legend becomes, eventually, a faint echo on radar, an outline under the ice that no one can identify until someone drills down and confirms it. It's the same feeling as the DEW line's abandoned rooms, evidence without narration, records without speech. The sense that the North has been keeping more than just weather and silence. Somewhere out on the Greenland ice cap, there are still places where you can stand in a clean, empty wind and know, by the logic of history alone, that you are above something, a machine from another decade, a wing turned sideways by pressure, a cockpit crushed yet recognizable as a human space, a serial plate waiting to be read, as if the glacier expects someone to keep the paperwork straight. And the strangest part is this: the ice doesn't care whether we remember. It will move the wreck whether we look for it or not. It will bury it deeper, or carry it toward a melt zone, or grind it into unrecognizable fragments, all without intention. But we do care. We keep returning with better instruments, better models, better machines, trying to force an answer out of a landscape designed to delay answers. We chase coordinates that have become metaphors. We listen for echoes under our boots. We convince ourselves that if we can just see the metal again, the mystery will collapse into a clean explanation. Yet every recovery in Greenland teaches the same quiet lesson. Finding the aircraft is not the same as finding the moment it was lost. The ice can give you the body of the story, but not its voice. And as the vault begins to crack in places no one predicted, the Arctic may start returning its evidence in fragments, pieces surfacing like questions without context. So if one day a glint of aluminum appears on a melt-scoured plain, fresh as if it fell yesterday, ask yourself what kind of record you are looking at. An ending? A resurfacing? A page turned by climate and time? Or a file the North kept sealed until it was sure nobody still knew how to read it? Story 7. Operation Cold Feet and the abandoned Soviet drifting station. Yet the strangest thing about a glint of aluminum on a melt-scoured plain is not the metal itself, but the way it arrives without an escorting story. The ice can return an object with the clarity of yesterday, while returning the moment it belonged to as if it were written in a language no one speaks anymore. A wing section, a fuselage rib, a serial plate still legible under a film of frost. Evidence without a witness, a recovered body with no voice. And once you accept that the Arctic can do that, Once you understand that the North can separate the artifact from the event, your attention starts to drift toward places where separation isn't a side effect, but the entire design. Because not all records are swallowed by ice. Some are built on it. Out on the Arctic Ocean, far from any coastline, there is a kind of city that exists only because the sea has decided for a season to pretend it is land. A drifting station, huts and antenna masts and fuel drums arranged on a slab of multi-year ice, with runways scraped flat by bulldozers and flags snapping in wind that never seems to take a breath. It is a settlement made of plywood and steel and radios, anchored to nothing permanent, moving even when the people inside swear the world is standing still. In the Cold War years, the drifting stations were laboratories, listening posts, weather outposts, and quiet experiments in endurance. They were also declarations. To live atop the polar pack was to claim presence in a realm that resisted ownership. The Soviets did it for years at a time, naming their camps with a plain, bureaucratic calm, North Pole stations, while the numbers ticked upward and the ice carried them in slow arcs across the top of the world. And the ice always carried them somewhere. A drifting station is a paradox that only makes sense at high latitudes. You build a home on a surface that cracks, grinds, and breathes. You store supplies in snow trenches and wooden crates. You string power lines across pressure ridges that rise like frozen waves overnight. You map your surroundings, and then the map becomes wrong while you are still holding it. The station is a moving coordinate, a research paper written on a sheet of paper that is actively tearing itself apart. To outsiders, these camps looked like temporary cities built over a moving void. To the people who served on them, they were routine, even mundane. Shift changes, weather reports, instrument maintenance, radio schedules, meals in cramped quarters where the smell of fuel never fully leaves the fabric of your clothing. A human attempt to impose a calendar on a place that measures time differently, by wind, darkness, and the sound of ice under stress. And then, in the spring of 1962, something happened that Cold War files would later describe in language that tried very hard to sound ordinary. A Soviet drifting station, an outpost that had been operating on the polar pack, was abandoned. Not ceremonially, not with the careful, dignified closure of a planned withdrawal. It was left behind in a way that suggested urgency, or at least the kind of cold arithmetic that says you take the people and you let the rest become the Arctic's problem. Reports differ on the exact station designation most associated with the story that followed, and that uncertainty is part of the atmosphere that clings to it. What is consistent is the picture. A cluster of structures and equipment sitting alone on the ice, radios silent, the camp still intact enough to be recognizable, yet empty in the way an evacuated building feels empty, as if it is still holding the last breath of its occupants. To American intelligence, the idea of an abandoned Soviet station drifting through international waters was not just a curiosity. It was an opportunity that almost never existed in the Cold War. A chance to step inside the other side's working space without having to fight for the key. But in the Arctic, nothing stays still long enough for you to schedule your intentions. If you wanted to take that station, if you wanted to steal it, you had to do it quickly, quietly, and with a level of precision that seems almost absurd when you consider the environment. Sea ice is not a stable platform. It is a skin stretched over deep water, constantly rearranging itself. The runway you land on can split while your aircraft is still rolling. The pressure ridge you drive around in the morning can become a cliff by night, and yet that was the plan, Operation Cold Feet. Even the name carries a dry humor, as if the people who approved it understood how strange it sounded. A clandestine mission into a place that doesn't care about secrecy because it barely acknowledges humans at all. The CIA wanted material, not just souvenirs. They wanted the station's working brain, documents, logs, equipment, anything that could reveal what the Soviets were measuring, how they were communicating, what they considered important enough to track at the top of the world. Weather data alone had strategic value. So did knowledge of ice conditions. But the deeper appetite, the one that never fully appears in sanitized summaries, was for method, for pattern, for the quiet texture of the other side's daily operations. Because if you want to understand an opponent, you don't only study their speeches. You study what they write down when they think nobody else is listening. The mission, as it has been described in accounts that surfaced later, involved reaching the abandoned station by air and then leaving it in a way that avoided landing again on ice that might not forgive a second attempt. The Arctic had its own timetable, and the biggest danger was not Soviet patrols. It was the ice itself, its habit of changing its mind. Two men, equipped for brutal cold and limited time, would be inserted to do what amounted to a rapid archaeological dig of a living site that had abruptly become a ruin. They would collect what they could, papers, instrument components, anything portable, and then extract without relying on a runway that could fracture under the weight of an aircraft. A parachute-based pickup would make the exit possible without a second landing. But the moment you put human bodies on drifting sea ice, you are trusting a surface that might already be organizing its next fracture. The wind can hide cracks with drifted snow. The cold can glue the surface back together in a seam that appears safe right up until it fails. That's why drifting stations are so haunting as a setting for mystery. They are not simply isolated, they are temporary by nature. Everything about them is provisional. The buildings, the runways, the fuel caches, the routines. Even the ground is a suggestion. And when you abandon such a place, you are not leaving it the way you leave a building on land. You are leaving it to a moving system, one that will carry it away, crush it, flip it, drown it, or preserve it like a strange museum exhibit that no one visits. So what did the men of Operation Cold Feet find when they reached the Soviet camp? You come in low over a world that looks unfinished. White plates, grey seams, a few dark lines where the ice has opened and refrozen. The station appears suddenly, not grand, not dramatic, just human geometry on a moving sheet. Huts, crates, a mast, shapes that should not be here. When your boots touch down, the cold is immediate, not just on skin but in the lungs, and the wind makes the simplest step feel like a decision. You walk toward the nearest structure and the silence feels engineered. No voices, no engines, no radio chatter, only the thin hiss of snow skittering across hard ice. The door gives with a stiff, reluctant protest. Inside, the air is stale and metallic, edged with fuel and old warmth. You see it at once, the work surface, the scattered practical order of a place recently lived in. Papers, labels, instruments left exactly where hands last set them down. Nothing looks staged. Everything looks paused. You handle what you came for with gloved care, because time is shortening. And all the while, beneath the floor, the station keeps moving, the ice speaking in small, distant cracks like the page you're standing on is trying to turn itself. Accounts describe a station that still held the imprint of occupation, equipment in place, work areas that suggested normal use, the kind of scatter that implies people lived there, not simply visited, and, crucially, materials that could be gathered quickly. Documents and manuals, records of observations, Perhaps coded sheets or communication references. Perhaps the quiet administrative paperwork that always exists in any field site, no matter how heroic the context. But the most interesting part of the story is not the list of objects. It's the gap between the official logic and the whispered logic. Because as soon as you say, abandoned Soviet station, the mind immediately asks, why abandon it in a hurry? What happened out there that made departure the correct choice? The Arctic is not gentle, but it is predictable in one way. The ice breaks. Stations relocate. Evacuations occur. That could be all it was. Standard procedure for a camp that had reached the end of safe operations. And yet the narrative that formed around Operation Cold Feet persists because it sits at the intersection of plausible necessity and human suspicion. The Cold War trained people to assume that any sudden movement had motive, any silence had meaning, any abandoned equipment might be a mistake, or a trap, or a sign that something occurred that could not be described openly. Some accounts suggest the station's abandonment was driven by instability, a widening lead, a growing crack line, ice conditions that turned a working camp into a liability. That explanation fits the environment. It also fits the way polar operations often end, not with drama, but with logistics. A decision made in a warm room thousands of miles away, based on a report that says the ice is no longer safe, and the only correct response is to remove people first. But there were rumors, always rumors, that the station might have been more than a weather outpost, that it was listening, that it was tracking, that it was part of a network of eyes and ears in a place where the curvature of the Earth and the thinness of infrastructure make detection hard. The Arctic was a corridor for bombers and missiles in an era when the shortest path between superpowers ran over the pole. And if the Arctic was a corridor, then drifting camps were like temporary booths along the road, places where you could pause, measure, and report. From that point, the leap to stranger speculation is always easy. People have suggested that abandoned stations sometimes held equipment that made no sense for weather alone, that there were instruments whose purpose was not openly stated, that there were logs whose contents were never fully disclosed, that recovery teams, American or Soviet, sometimes encountered traces that could not be filed neatly under meteorology. What kind of traces? The stories vary, and most are impossible to confirm. But the themes repeat: odd recordings, unusual signals, anomalies in radio logs, notes about lights or sounds or movement beyond normal polar experience. In the Arctic, even mundane phenomena can sound supernatural if you've never heard them. The boom of pressure ridges forming, the distant crack that resembles a gunshot, the low, traveling moan of ice under tension that can feel like the sea itself speaking through the floor. And yet, once you place such experiences inside the paranoid architecture of the Cold War, they become more than weather. They become data. Operation Cold Feet, in this sense, sits on a thin line between practical espionage and symbolic trespass. Because to step into an enemy station is to step into their idea of the Arctic. To read what they wrote there is to enter their mental map of the polar world. And in that world, nothing is merely natural. Everything is a possible advantage, a possible threat, a possible clue. There is another layer that makes drifting stations feel uncanny. They are built to be left. Even when no one intends to abandon them abruptly, the ice dictates that eventually, everything placed on it becomes temporary. Structures are designed to be moved, salvaged, or sacrificed. If you stay too long, the ice will decide the ending for you, and it rarely chooses closure. It chooses scattering. So when you hear that an American team arrived at an abandoned Soviet camp and gathered what they could before extracting. You should imagine the pressure of time not as a narrative device, but as a physical constraint. Papers can freeze into blocks. Machinery becomes brittle. Fingers lose feeling. Wind erases tracks and hides cracks. And beneath it all, the station is drifting, minute by minute, away from the last coordinate that anyone would recognize as a point on a map. A theft in the Arctic is not just theft, it is theft against entropy. And then there is the exit, the moment that seals the entire story into legend. Because leaving by air without landing again means trusting a system that turns human bodies into packages, briefly dependent on lines, parachutes, and the steady hand of a pilot over a blank landscape. It is a method that compresses the Arctic into a single, suspended moment. The ice below, the sky above, and the knowledge that if anything goes wrong, there is no nearby road, no nearby village, no easy correction. That's why Operation Cold Feet is remembered with a particular chill. Not because it is the only Cold War mission with high risk, but because it took place in a setting that amplifies the consequences of error until they feel existential. And yet, despite the drama of the operation itself, the enduring mystery returns to the station. What was recovered? Officially, the recovery was about intelligence material, documents, equipment, data. The kind of artifacts that can be catalogued. The kind of things that, once brought into a secure room, become part of a file. But the Arctic has a way of making you wonder what doesn't fit neatly into a file. Because a drifting station is not just a collection of objects, it is a slice of time, a living arrangement, a pattern of days. It contains the small, intimate evidence of human presence, handwritten notes, improvised repairs, scuffs in snow where boots moved between buildings, tiny objects dropped and never retrieved because fingers were too cold to remove gloves. Those details rarely make it into declassified summaries. They're not strategic, but they are the parts that carry a voice. And that might be the most unsettling thought, that somewhere, once, a human voice did exist for that station. Men waking in darkness, listening to the ice as if it were a shifting ceiling. Men writing down observations that mattered only in the moment. Wind direction, pressure readings, radio schedules, never expecting their workbench to become an artifact for the other side. When a station is abandoned, the voice stops mid-sentence. A page ends, a logbook pauses, a radio transmission ends and is never followed up. And then the entire camp becomes a kind of frozen punctuation mark, drifting through a place where punctuation doesn't mean anything. The Arctic Ocean is vast, and the polar pack is not a single sheet. It is a mosaic of plates, grinding and separating, opening dark leads that steam like breath. To build a station, there is to build on a moving puzzle. To abandon it is to let the puzzle reassemble itself without you. And that is where the story begins to echo back toward the aircraft under ice. In Greenland, the ice preserves and distorts, returning fragments out of order. In the drifting stations, the ice does something slightly different. It turns living places into drifting evidence, then shreds the evidence as it travels. You might find a plank from a hut years later on a distant shore. You might find a fuel drum half buried in snow, its markings faded. You might find nothing at all, because the station went through a lead and became part of the ocean again. Either way, the Arctic keeps the same quiet lesson. Finding the site is not the same as finding the moment. Operation Cold Feet, at its core, is a story about trying to steal a moment before the Arctic can erase it. a brief window when an abandoned camp drifted close enough to be touched, and a decision was made to reach out and take what could be taken. But even if you recovered every document, every instrument, every portable scrap of intelligence, you still wouldn't recover the thing that caused the station to become empty. Because the emptiness is the mystery, and the emptiness drifts. Somewhere out on the polar pack, long after the mission ended and the memos were filed, the ice continued to move the way it always does. Slow, indifferent, deliberate. Pressure ridges rose and collapsed. Leads opened and refroze. Snow fell and erased the geometry of human effort. The station, if it still existed at all, became smaller, farther, quieter, until it was nothing more than a memory pinned to a coordinate that no longer meant what it once did. And that leaves us with a final image that feels almost too perfect for the Arctic. A camp built as a listening post on a moving world, abandoned in silence, briefly entered by strangers who did not belong there, and then returned to the drift, returned to a system that doesn't care what side you are on. So when you think about that glint of aluminum resurfacing on a melt-scoured plain, remember that sometimes the Arctic doesn't just hide wrecks. Sometimes it hides rooms. Sometimes it hides entire small cities. And if the North ever decides to return one of those cities, if one day a wind-swept pressure ridge breaks open and exposes a plywood wall, or a frozen radio mast, or a logbook sealed in ice like a pressed leaf, ask yourself the same question you asked of the aircraft. Are you looking at an ending? Or are you looking at a record that has been drifting all this time, waiting to be found by someone who no longer knows what it was trying to say? Story 8. Thule's nuclear crash legacy. If the North ever decides to return one of those cities, if one day a windswept pressure ridge breaks open and exposes a plywood wall, or a frozen radio mast, or a logbook sealed in ice like a pressed leaf, ask yourself the same question you asked of the aircraft. Are you looking at an ending? Or are you looking at a record that has been drifting all this time, waiting to be found by someone who no longer knows what it was trying to say? But not all mysteries drift. Some are dropped hard into the Arctic with such force that the ice remembers the impact as a scar, even when the surface looks clean again. Some are not forgotten because they are old, but because they are inconvenient. Because the ledger of what happened is written in classification stamps, radiation surveys, and hurried shipping manifests. Paper meant to close a file, not open a question. In the far northwest of Greenland, beside a military base built to watch the polar sky, the Cold War left behind one of its most unsettling legacies. Not a rumor on the radio, not a blip on radar, but the wreckage of a nuclear accident spread across a moving floor of sea ice. The place is Thule, today often called Pitufik, but for decades, Thule meant the northern hinge of early warning. In the geometry of the era, the shortest line between superpowers ran over the top of the world. So the base sat there like a listening ear pressed to the horizon, watching for what might come in fast and unannounced. And then, on a night in January of 1968, something came down instead. A US Air Force B-52 was flying an airborne alert mission, one of those routines born from the fear of surprise. On board were nuclear weapons. On board was the heavy assumption that readiness could stay aloft indefinitely, circling in the dark, never failing. But the aircraft did fail. A fire broke out. The crew fought it and lost. Over Greenland's hard emptiness, the bomber became a falling object, and the cold did what the cold always does. It made every minute urgent. The crew ejected. The aircraft hit the sea ice near North Star Bay, not far from the base, and shattered into burning fragments across a surface that was never meant to receive that kind of cargo. In warmer places, a crash becomes a scene that decays. In the Arctic, it becomes a scene that preserves. Fuel burned, metal split, debris scattered, and with it came the part no one wanted to picture too clearly. Radioactive material dispersed into snow, soot, and slush, carried by wind and stamped into the ice's upper layers like a bruise. The term the military used for accidents like this was broken arrow. It did not mean a nuclear detonation. It meant something colder and, in some ways, more frightening, that the architecture of deterrence could fall apart without the enemy ever firing a shot, that a weapon designed to end wars could become a contamination problem in a place where cleanup is never simple and never final. The response was immediate and immense. Men in parkas and goggles worked on the ice under floodlights and polar darkness. You are there at the edge of the field when the lights finally find it, when the Arctic stops being an idea and becomes a work site. The wind needles your cheeks through the mask, and every breath feels loud inside your hood. Ahead, the sea ice is scarred with soot and scattered wreckage, dark fragments pressed into white like ash ground into fabric. Your boots squeak on packed snow, and the surface gives a faint, living flex that makes you remember you're standing on frozen ocean. You raise your eyes, and the floodlights catch twisted metal half buried in drift, edges blackened, sharp as torn paper. Somewhere beyond the glare, the base is only a suggestion, antennas, a line of structure, while here the scene is intimate and wrong. A Geiger counter chatters, not dramatic, just steady, insisting. The cold keeps everything crisp, footprints, tool marks, the outline of where something hit and shattered. You look down and realize the ice has taken the impact and is already trying to hide it. Heavy equipment rolled over a floor that flexed with tides and temperature. Teams scraped, cut, shoveled, and packed contaminated snow and debris into containers. Material was shipped out in loads measured not only by weight, but by hazard. The operation had an official name, a plan, a timetable, everything that makes a disaster feel controllable. But sea ice is not land. It is a temporary flaw, and it never stops moving. Even at its most solid, it breathes. It fractures into hairline cracks that can widen overnight. It buckles into pressure ridges that rise like frozen waves. In spring, meltwater runs across it in shallow channels, and what looks stable at dawn can turn into a patchwork by evening. A fragment small enough, metal, wiring, ash, can vanish beneath drifted snow or be pushed into a crack that later refreezes, sealing it inside like an insect in amber. This is the first quiet reason the Thule crash still haunts people. Not because recovery didn't happen, but because completeness is a difficult word to use on a surface that can split, melt, and drift away. Official accounts emphasize the essentials. The weapons did not produce a nuclear explosion. Contamination was addressed, debris was collected, risk was reduced. And all of that can be true, while another truth sits beside it like an unspoken footnote. Reduced is not the same as removed. Plutonium is not cinematic. It does not glow in the snow like a warning sign. Its danger is patient, microscopic, and long-lived. A particle can be smaller than a thought and still matter. A fragment can look like nothing more than charred metal and still carry a consequence measured in decades and half-lives. And the Arctic is built to hide small things. If contaminated material entered cracks in the ice, it could have been carried downward as the surface refroze. If it reached the water, it could have sunk into sediment or been diluted and transported by currents in patterns that don't match the tidy boundaries of a cleanup map. The sea keeps its own records, quiet, granular, written in layers of silt. Then there is the second reason the story persists, the human one. Greenland was not an empty stage, and Denmark had policies about nuclear weapons on Greenland. The crash forced uncomfortable questions about what was present in the airspace and what had been quietly tolerated. In situations like that, language becomes its own kind of ice. Statements freeze into careful phrasing. Admissions become interpretations. Investigations become reviews. So suspicion had room to breathe. Over the years, one question returned again and again, whispered and reprinted whenever the Cold War was re-examined. Was every piece accounted for? Not every bolt, not every shard, something more specific. A component, a discrepancy, a missing element that became, in retelling, a missing something. Sometimes that missing is described as a mundane accounting mismatch between reports. Sometimes it becomes a darker possibility, that a part of a weapon or a container of material was never recovered because it fell into the wrong crack at the wrong time, or because it sank where recovery was too hard, too dangerous, or too politically costly to continue. It is difficult to separate rumor from record in a story shaped by secrecy. The Cold War trained people to believe that the most important facts would be buried. The Arctic trained people to believe that what is buried can remain intact for a very long time. And now, decades later, the environment itself complicates the ending. The Arctic today is not the Arctic of 1968. Sea ice forms differently. It breaks earlier. It moves in patterns that feel less predictable. That means any debris, any residue that was sealed into the ice has had years to migrate. The North has had time to rearrange the evidence. There is a particular dread in imagining a secret guarded not by humans, but by weather. A secret kept not by locks and codes, but by freeze and thaw. A secret that can be released accidentally, not by a whistleblower, but by a storm. Because the Arctic does not truly reset. It recycles. Storms bury equipment. Later storms uncover it. Drifted snow hides a track. Later meltwater reveals it again as a faint scar. A plank from an old station can surface on a distant shoreline years later, carried like a message no one addressed. If the North ever returns something from Thule, it won't do it dramatically. It won't announce it. It will simply allow it to appear, quietly, at the edge of a melt pond, in the slush of a breakup season, on a beach where a human hand reaches down and picks up a piece of metal that feels strangely out of place. And that person might not be a soldier or a scientist. It could be someone with no connection to the old file, no warning about what the Arctic can deliver. That possibility is what gives the crash its long shadow. Because a disaster like this does not end when the flames go out. It ends only when the environment has finished absorbing it. And the Arctic absorbs things slowly, holding them in cold darkness, letting time separate intention from consequence. So when you hear that the cleanup was completed, hear the asterisk. Completed according to what could be reached. Completed according to what could be measured. Completed according to what could be moved. And when you hear that nothing is missing, hear the other asterisk. Nothing is missing that would reopen the story. But stories in the North have a way of reopening themselves. The sea ice that received the wreckage in January can, in some future summer, thin and fracture in a different pattern. A pressure ridge can break like a seam. A melt season can reveal a fragment that did not leave when it was supposed to, scorched, silent, ordinary looking, and yet not ordinary at all. Maybe it is a sliver of metal with soot fused into its grain. Maybe it is a piece of wiring hardened by cold. Maybe it is something smaller still, something that looks like nothing, because the most dangerous secrets are sometimes dust. There is another way to think about the Thule crash, one that makes it feel less like a single event and more like an experiment the world never consented to. In temperate environments, contamination has a kind of visibility. Soil can be fenced, rivers can be sampled. Vegetation shows stress. In the Arctic, contamination can sit inside a season. Snow falls, covers, compresses, wind sculpts. Then the surface melts and reforms, moving the boundary between then and now, like a sliding door. The cleanup crews in 1968 worked under brutal constraints. They were racing not only against radiation risk, but against the calendar, against the moment when the ice would begin to soften, against the spring breakup that would turn a work site into a field of floating plates. Every shovel of snow they loaded into a container was a vote for control, and every gust of wind was a reminder of who actually owned the scene. Even the act of measuring is complicated in that cold. Instruments behave differently. People tire faster. Darkness compresses time. And when you are trying to map an invisible hazard across a surface that can drift, the map itself becomes a fragile promise. That fragility is where the mystery lives. Because if there was a missing piece, it may not be missing in the cinematic sense. An intact object waiting like treasure at the bottom of a crevasse. It could be missing as a distribution. Particles spread thinly across an area larger than anyone wanted to admit. Pushed by wind, stamped into snow, then carried away in spring melt, as a faint signature no single sensor could capture in one sweep. Or the missing piece could be something more mundane and more frightening. A small component that was recovered but not recognized for what it was in the moment. A fragment that looked like scrap, handled as scrap, shipped as scrap. Its meaning lost because the work was focused on hazard, not story. The Arctic has a way of making both outcomes feel plausible. And so the Thule crash becomes a question about knowledge itself, about what we think we can control, about whether the military, for all its planning, can ever truly close an incident that takes place on moving ice under a sky that refuses to care. The North does not keep secrets out of loyalty. It keeps them out of physics, and physics has no obligation to keep them forever. So if that day comes, if the Arctic finally turns one pocket inside out, how would we even recognize what it is returning? Would we call it evidence, or would we call it the North finally speaking, softly, without emotion, about a secret the military never meant to leave behind? Story 9. A fortress for the end of the world. If the Arctic finally turns one pocket inside out, how would we even recognize what it is returning? Would we call it evidence? Or would we call it the North finally speaking, softly, without emotion, about a secret the military never meant to leave behind? But not all Arctic secrets are accidents waiting to resurface. Some are built on purpose, not to hide what happened, but to outlast what happens next. Far above crash sites and drifting wreckage, there is an island chain in the Norwegian high Arctic, where the air is sharp, the light is strange, and the ground behaves like a locked door. In winter, darkness settles for months at a time. In summer, the sun refuses to set, circling the horizon like a watchful eye that never blinks. The landscape feels stripped down to essentials: rock, snow, wind, and the long, quiet pressure of cold. This is Svalbard, and tucked into a mountainside outside Longyearbyen is an entrance that looks less like a museum and more like a sealed hatch. An angular wedge of concrete and steel, lit like a warning. You don't stumble into this place. You approach it the way you approach a boundary. Behind that door is one of the strangest projects ever built in the Arctic. A global backup of agriculture itself. Not gold, not weapons, not classified files. Seeds. Small, dry, almost weightless things sealed into packets and boxes and stored like a library no one hopes to check out. The Svalbard Global Seed Vault was conceived as insurance against a type of loss that tends to arrive quietly. Crops don't disappear the way ships disappear. They thin out. They become uniform. They lose their regional stubbornness, the ability to survive a bad year, a new disease, a drought that lasts too long. Over time, an entire variety can vanish because it wasn't profitable or fashionable, or because a war made it impossible to keep a collection alive. Modern agriculture is efficient, and that efficiency has a shadow. Huge fields often depend on narrow genetic diversity, plants selected for yield and consistency, not resilience. That means when a pathogen finds the right door, it can move through a landscape like flame through dry grass. What saves us again and again is difference. The odd strain that resists, the old landrace that tolerates heat, the wild cousin that carries some trait we didn't know we needed. The seed vault is built to keep those differences from being erased. Norway placed it deep inside Plateauberget, Plateau Mountain, where stable bedrock and permafrost were supposed to do half the work. The design is almost philosophical. The vault should remain cold even if people fail. It is meant to be a passive refuge for life, using the Arctic itself as a silent machine. A tunnel leads inward, away from weather and daylight. Then come the storage chambers, rooms carved from rock, where boxed seed samples stack in quiet rows. The temperature is kept at around -18 degrees Celsius, cold enough to slow time to a crawl. In that cold, seeds can remain viable for decades, sometimes centuries, depending on the species. The vault's purpose is not to replace local gene banks, but to duplicate them, an off-site backup for the planet's most irreplaceable file. When it opened in 2008, the idea carried a kind of calm optimism. Countries and institutions could deposit seeds while retaining ownership and control. In theory, this was neutral ground, an Arctic repository above politics. But neutrality is complicated at the top of the world. Svalbard sits along routes and horizons that militaries have watched for generations. High-latitude airspace, northern seas, the broad empty stage where radar and submarines once played a Cold War game of distance. Even a humanitarian project inherits the atmosphere of its surroundings. A fortress is still a fortress, even when it protects wheat instead of warheads. And the vault does feel like a fortress. Security systems, controlled access, a location chosen for remoteness and stability. Not because the seeds are secret, but because, in a future shaped by scarcity, they could become priceless. The first time the seed vault proved its value did not come with an apocalypse. It came with something more familiar: conflict, disruption, and the sudden fragility of institutions. A major crop research collection in Syria, built to preserve and study varieties suited to dry climates, became difficult to maintain amid civil war. Scientists had spent years assembling genetic diversity that mattered for a warming world. Drought tolerance, heat resilience, traits adapted to harsh soils. When stability crumbled, duplicates stored in Svalbard were withdrawn and used to help rebuild the collection elsewhere. For a moment, the vault behaved exactly as intended. The past, preserved in ice-cold silence, returned to the living world so work could continue. It was reassuring. And it was also a warning, because the vault's success meant the scenario was no longer theoretical. Then, in a twist almost too clean to ignore, the vault was tested by a different kind of threat. One that doesn't arrive with gunfire or headlines. It arrived as water. Svalbard is warming faster than much of the planet. The Arctic amplifies heat. Changes that begin as fractions elsewhere become whole degrees here. Winters fluctuate. Rain falls in months that used to be defined by snow. Freeze and thaw cycles become more common, and the ground, the permanent in permafrost, starts to behave like something temporary. In 2016, meltwater entered the Seed Vault's entrance tunnel. You are there in the long, straight corridor that leads into the mountain, where sound behaves differently, duller, as if the rock itself is swallowing it. The air is colder than outside, but it doesn't feel dry the way it's supposed to. Your light catches a thin sheen along the concrete, not quite ice, not quite puddle. Water where water should not be. It runs in a slow, patient line, following the slight slope of the tunnel as if it has already chosen this route. You can smell the faint mineral sharpness of wet stone, and you realize how strange that is in a place built around dryness and stillness. There is no panic in the moment, just a quiet, procedural disbelief. This is the world pressing inward through a seam, the present leaking into a structure designed for the far future. And for a second, the vault feels less like a fortress and more like a living system, one that can be tested and stressed and surprised. It did not flood the seed chambers. It did not destroy the collection. But it crossed a line that mattered, the threshold. The place built to outlast catastrophe had been breached by the present. To understand why this is unsettling, you have to picture the vault as an engineered relationship with the mountain. Permafrost was meant to keep the surrounding ground reliably frozen, stabilizing that connection between deep rock and surface weather. But when warm air and rain meet frozen ground, water can run where it never used to run. Then it can refreeze, expanding, pushing, stressing seals and concrete, turning the tunnel into a place where ice can form in the wrong season. The response was practical. Upgrades to drainage, waterproofing, and the entrance area. An acknowledgement that the vault's most immediate enemy was not sabotage. It was climate. And that irony is the heart of the mystery. We built an end-of-the-world vault in the far north because we believed the north was stable, because we believed cold was dependable, because we believed the ground itself could function as a lock. Then the lock began to sweat. The seed vault becomes eerie when you let that sink in. Not because anything supernatural has happened there, but because it exposes the shape of our modern fears. The threats we imagine, war, collapse, fire, are dramatic. The threats that arrive, warming, water, shifting seasons, are quiet. They don't announce themselves with sirens. They simply change the rules the infrastructure was built on. There is also a deeper strategic question that lingers around Svalbard like wind in the valley. What does it mean to concentrate a global backup in one place, no matter how secure? On paper, the vault is redundancy, a fail-safe for fail-safes. In reality, symbols attract attention. When people talk about Svalbard, they speak as if it contains the future of food itself. And once something becomes the future, it becomes a story people want to control. That doesn't mean theft. Ownership of the seeds remains with the depositors, and access is tightly managed. But interruption can be enough. A seed vault depends on doors, power, monitoring, maintenance schedules, and the ability of people to reach it. It is designed to coast on cold, but even cold has dependencies. If global transport falters, if supply chains tighten, if funding thins, if the Arctic becomes harder to service even as it becomes more contested, then the vault's role shifts from reassurance to question. And there's an even quieter problem. Seeds are not salvation on their own. They are raw material that requires knowledge: how to plant, how to breed, how to manage pests, how to read a landscape. A vault can preserve genetics, but it can't preserve entire agricultural cultures unless those cultures also survive. The project assumes, without saying it, that there will always be someone who remembers how to turn a packet into a field. If that assumption fails, the vault becomes something else. Not a backup, but an artifact. A sealed archive of intention, waiting for a reader who may never come. Svalbard's story adds another layer, because the archipelago has always lived in a strange legal and strategic atmosphere. The Svalbard Treaty grants Norway sovereignty while allowing other nations certain rights, and the islands are often described as demilitarized. In practice, that creates an Arctic paradox. A place meant to be cooperative, sitting in a region where almost everything is watched. Longyearbyen began as a coal town, and you can still feel the infrastructure of extraction. Roads that end abruptly, industrial skeletons, fuel depots, and the constant awareness that nothing here survives without logistics. A seed vault placed here is not only an environmental decision, it's a statement that the edge might be safer than the center. Inside, the seeds are dried, sealed in protective packets, packed into boxes, and stacked on shelves like a biological archive. Each deposit becomes a black box for a region's agriculture. What existed, what mattered, what might be needed again. Some samples are familiar staples, others are obscure beans, grasses, or wild relatives collected because they carry a trait no one wanted to lose. And like any archive, it raises an unsettling question. What didn't get saved? What couldn't be collected in time? What varieties vanished before a duplicate was ever shipped north? The vault is designed around layered failure. If power goes out, cold rock and permafrost slow warming. If refrigeration stops, temperatures rise gradually rather than catastrophically. Resilience by delay, buying time for people to respond. But warming erodes the background stability this strategy relies on. When the outside world heats up, the margin shrinks, and the passive fortress has to work harder just to remain itself. That turns the seed vault into a living experiment in how civilizations plan for futures that arrive faster than their infrastructure was built to handle. Because it isn't only storing seeds, it is storing our belief that we can anticipate disaster, design around it, and keep the keys safe. And the Arctic has a way of answering belief with weather, water, and time. And in a documentary about mysteries the military can't explain, it's worth noticing how closely this place resembles the logic of a contingency plan. It isn't a weapon, but it is strategic. Food security has always been part of national security. Calories stabilize governments. Shortages topple them. A seed is a biological unit, yes, but it is also a quiet piece of power. because one more irony remains. The vault was built to protect the future of farming, yet its very existence is proof that we already fear the future of farming. A mountain full of seeds is comforting, until you realize comfort was never the goal. The goal was survival, and survival in the Arctic is never a permanent state. So the seed vault sits on its Arctic island, built to outlast the kinds of disasters we name, and now forced to adapt to the disaster that arrives without a name. The ice that once felt like a permanent ally is changing its behavior. The seasons are rewriting their own rules, and the mountain that holds the world's seeds is still cold, still locked, still humming, but no longer unquestioned. Because if the North can rearrange debris and secrets under Thule, it can also rearrange the assumptions beneath Svalbard. And the haunting thought is this: one day, long after the speeches and the press photos are forgotten, that door may still be there, silent, lit, waiting. A fortress full of life that no one can hear. And if someone finally comes to open it, will they arrive in time to use what was saved? Or will they simply find an archive of a world that believed it could back itself up? Story 10. Unidentified under-ice contacts in the Cold War era. There is another kind of vault in the far north, one that was never meant to hold seeds or stories, but signals. Under the Arctic ice, the military built its own archive. Not shelves and steel doors, but invisible corridors of sound. A place where every creak, every crack, every distant tremor could become a message or a mistake. Because down there, certainty isn't stored in boxes, it's inferred. And inference under ice is a fragile thing. In the Cold War era, the top of the world stopped being a blank margin and became a highway, an overhead route for bombers, a shortcut for missiles, and, most quietly, a ceiling for submarines. To sailors trained in open oceans, the Arctic was a contradiction. Water you could sail through, but not surface in, a sea with a roof. That roof changed everything. A submarine beneath pack ice lives in a world without horizons. Navigation becomes mathematics and patience, gyros, inertial systems, and charts that are never complete. Communication becomes a gamble because radio does not travel easily through seawater, and surfacing to transmit is not always possible. The sensors of the boat, its sonar, its pressure hull, its instruments, become the only way to know what surrounds you. So in that era, crews listened. They listened not just for other submarines, but for anything that could compromise their secrecy. A distant propeller, a metallic clank, a sudden transient that might be an ice keel scraping the hull. Sonar was their lantern in a place with no light. But lanterns do strange things in fog. Under ice does not mean a flat ceiling. The underside of sea ice is a landscape. Jagged keels hang down where pressure ridges have been squeezed and broken. Pockets of brine and trapped air create layers that bend sound. Temperatures and salinity shift with depth, forming boundaries that can refract a sonar ping the way glass bends a beam of light. In the Arctic, a sound can travel and then suddenly vanish, not because it stopped, but because the water changed shape around it. That's why sonar returns under ice can feel like a conversation with a mirror maze. A ping goes out. It strikes the ice canopy above, the sea floor below, a ridge to the side, and comes back layered. multiple echoes arriving milliseconds apart, each one a ghost of the same signal. An experienced operator learns to separate the meaningful from the misleading. But the Arctic punishes confidence. It introduces angles you didn't know existed. And sometimes, the returns don't behave. There are accounts, some preserved in memoirs, some hinted at in declassified fragments, some passed as sea stories between crews, of contacts under ice that seemed to move in ways that didn't match expectation. A transient that held a steady bearing too long, a faint, rhythmic pulse that resembled machinery but didn't resolve into a known signature, a return that slid beneath the boat's track as if something was pacing it, using the ice roof as cover. The details vary. Under-ice operations were among the most sensitive missions of the Cold War, and much of what happened there remains obscured by classification and the culture of silence that surrounded submarine warfare. But in that silence, a pattern emerges, not of monsters, but of ambiguity. Crews encountering signals that refused to sit still inside neat explanations. Picture the setting. A steel hull moving through black water. The constant awareness that above you is ice thick enough to trap you if something goes wrong. Instruments glowing like small moons. And somewhere forward, a sonar operator with headphones pressed tight, eyes on a screen that is less like a window and more like a seismograph of the unseen. A contact appears, not loud, not obvious, just there. You are there, in that tight, dim room where sound becomes geography. You feel the boat's quiet more than you hear it, an engineered stillness held in place by discipline. The headphones press into your skull, and the ocean fills your ears like a living thing. Faint hiss, distant ticks, the occasional brittle crack that could be ice, or something brushing ice. Your finger hovers over the grease pencil. A new mark blooms on the display, thin, uncertain, almost shy. You stare at the bearing, then at the slow crawl of the trace, waiting for it to collapse into nothing. It doesn't. It lingers, then slips, as if the water itself has decided to move the sound sideways. You adjust, you listen deeper, trying to separate echoes from intention. But everything arrives layered, one return stacked on another, each one late by a heartbeat. Behind you, someone exhales without meaning to. The boat is still moving, but in your ears, the world feels suddenly closer. For a moment, you can't tell if you're tracking a thing, or if the Arctic is tracking you. In open water, you might maneuver, triangulate, ping again, compare frequencies. Under ice, every action has consequences. A single active sonar ping is not just a measurement, it's a shout. And in the Cold War, shouting in the wrong place could invite a response you couldn't outrun. So the operator listens longer than feels comfortable. The captain waits. The boat slows, and the contact does something odd. It changes depth without the usual cues. It fades and returns as if moving behind a curtain. It sits inside an acoustic shadow where sound should be weak, yet it remains detectable. Or it produces a pattern that feels engineered, regular, repeating, too clean for ice, but too messy for a propeller. At this point, explanations begin to compete. The most grounded begins with physics. Under ice, the acoustic environment can create false targets, returns that mimic moving objects. A strong reflection from a ridge can appear to shift as the submarine moves, producing the illusion of a contact tracking alongside. Multipath propagation can create duplicate echoes that appear at different bearings, as if two objects exist when there is only one. Then there are biological sources. The Arctic is quieter than temperate seas, which means faint noises stand out. Marine mammals produce calls, clicks, and pulses. Some are so rhythmic that, to an operator who expects machinery, they can feel mechanical. And the ice itself speaks, cracking under stress, pressure ridges groaning, sheets rubbing together with slow friction that can sound like distant engines. Equipment can also lie. Sonar arrays are sensitive, and under-ice operations put them in difficult conditions. A slight calibration drift can create phantom bearings. A transient in the electronics can paint a dot that seems real until it disappears the moment you doubt it. If this were the whole story, we could close the file. Ice geometry, layering, animals, quirks. But the Cold War Arctic was not empty. Both sides were pushing boats into environments they barely understood, learning to treat the polar sea as a theatre. The very idea of submarines surfacing at the North Pole, of proving capability, was a message. And messages invite counter-messages. So another theory follows naturally. Sometimes, the strange contact really was another submarine. Under ice, submarines cannot behave like they do in open water. Surfacing is restricted, evasive maneuvers are constrained, and sound behaves differently. A rival boat might move at unusual depths to exploit layers, or slow to near silent, hiding inside the clutter of ice noise. It might even use the uneven underside of the ice canopy as cover, masking its signature in reflections. A contact that seems to pace a submarine could be a shadow, listening, testing, letting the ice roof confuse the record. If that's true, then ambiguity becomes deliberate. The best submarine is the one you can't confirm. The best trail is the one that looks like ice. And that possibility changes the mood of every under-ice anomaly. Because even when a strange return is later explained away as multipath or biology, the crew who heard it had to treat it as real. In that moment, the boat's world was not a science lecture. It was a tactical problem. There's also the human layer. Under ice, stress is constant but subtle, like a low hum behind your thoughts. You know the escape route upward is blocked. You know rescue is complicated. In those conditions, the mind becomes hypersensitive to pattern. It wants meaning. It scans noise for the outline of intention. Sonar invites that tendency. It's not a photograph, it's interpretation. Sound returning through an unruly medium, half physics, half intuition. And intuition is shaped by fear, expectation, training, and the stories you've heard from other boats. So, unidentified can be less about the ocean and more about the limits of a system, human and mechanical, trying to describe a world that refuses simple labels. And then we arrive at the fringe theories, the ones that endure not because they are proven, but because they thrive in unanswerable spaces. Some imagine unidentified submerged objects beneath the Arctic ice, operating where human craft would struggle. They point to the vastness of the Arctic Ocean, the limited exploration of its depths, and the strategic value of moving unseen beneath a roof that blocks satellites and weather. In most cases, these ideas rest on inference, not evidence. But the Arctic is the kind of environment where inference feels seductive, because the physical constraints are so extreme that anything capable of moving easily beneath ice seems, by definition, extraordinary. Yet there is a more grounded, still strange possibility. Not unknown machines, but unknown phenomena. The Arctic Ocean has internal weather. Density layers shift, bending sound. Ice keels can oscillate in currents, creating rhythmic tones. Pressure ridges can sing when stressed. Even the simple act of ice forming and melting can generate sharp acoustic events that resemble distant machinery. Nature has many ways to sound artificial, especially when heard through a filter built for war. So where does that leave us? With a truth that is both simple and unsettling. The under-ice world is not merely hard to observe, it is hard to interpret. And during the Cold War, interpretation was everything. A contact did not need to be real to change a mission. It only needed to be plausible. And plausibility under ice is a moving target. We built a seed vault to preserve life against catastrophe. We built under-ice patrols to preserve advantage against an enemy. Both were acts of preparation. Both assumed the future would need what we stored. And in both cases, the North reminds us that preservation is not the same as understanding. And there is one more detail that keeps these stories alive. Under ice, you rarely get a second look. In open water, a confusing contact might be revisited. Another ship might sweep the area. An oceanographer might later overlay the data with currents and temperature profiles and say, calmly, here is why the signal bent. Under ice, you are moving through a hallway that closes behind you. The environment changes while you are still inside it. Pressure ridges shift, leads open and refreeze. The canopy drifts like slow geology. By the time you could return, the room has been rearranged. That means the moment of uncertainty becomes permanent. In that context, unidentified contact doesn't always mean a single object. Sometimes it means an entire acoustic scene that refuses to settle. A pattern that appears, dissolves, and reappears elsewhere. A sequence of faint transients that feel paced, as if something is signaling in intervals. The operator marks it, circles it, listens for harmonics, trying to decide if it's a living throat, a grinding ice seam, or a machine turning in slow water. Even the act of deciding changes what happens next. If you classify it as ice noise, you continue. If you classify it as possible submarine, you alter course, reduce speed, go quieter. In doing so, you change the geometry, you change the noise floor, you change what the sensors can see. In a strange way, the Arctic makes observation interactive. The phenomenon responds to your presence, even if it's only physics responding, not an intelligence. That feedback loop is why two honest teams can hear the same ocean and tell two different stories about it. In the end, the most unsettling possibility is not that something impossible moved beneath the ice, but that the Arctic created a signal that looked like intention for long enough to change a decision, and then erased its own evidence. It lets you hear just enough to believe, and never enough to be sure. Or it may have been something else entirely, something that never rose to the surface of any report, because under ice, the difference between unidentified and unreported can be as thin as a layer of brine. And if those tapes are still out there, boxed and labeled, waiting in an archive, then the Arctic still holds another vault, silent, dark, listening, not a fortress full of seeds, a fortress full of echoes. Story 11. The Northwest Passage as a Cold War chessboard. Once you've felt that sensation, once you've imagined a crew in a steel cylinder drifting beneath a ceiling of ice, listening to a contact that behaves like a thought more than an object, you start to notice how the Arctic does the same thing on the surface. Because above the ice, the ambiguity doesn't disappear. It simply changes shape. Down below, certainty is expensive. Up here, certainty is political. And there is no better place to watch those two kinds of uncertainty collide than the Northwest Passage, an ancient corridor through Canada's Arctic archipelago, carved into the map not by roads or rails, but by sea ice, seasonal openings, and the stubborn geometry of islands that look like shattered stone. In the imagination, the passage sounds like an invitation, a shortcut, a myth of open water that promises to turn the top of the world into a highway. But in the Cold War, the Northwest Passage was not a highway. It was a chessboard. A board made of moving squares, ice flows that drifted, fractured, healed, and reformed. A board where the rules were written in sovereignty claims, classified patrol routes, under-ice sonar, and the quiet, persistent dread that the Arctic, so empty on the surface, might be the most efficient place on Earth to hide intent. If you stand on the southern edge of the archipelago and look north, the landscape feels like it was designed to frustrate anyone who wants to own it. Hundreds of islands, channels that narrow into choke points, inlets that look passable until the wind turns, straits that can be navigable one week and sealed the next, as if the ocean itself is undecided about what it will allow. And then there's the light. In summer, it can feel eternal, an endless pale day that refuses to end, making you lose track of time. In winter, it becomes a different kind of eternity, darkness that compresses the world into a small circle of lamplight, beyond which everything is either wind or silence. This is not merely scenery. In the Cold War, it was infrastructure. Because the Arctic wasn't just distance, it was cover. And to understand why the Northwest Passage became so haunted by strategy, you have to understand the two competing fantasies of the era. One fantasy belonged to the military mind, that geography could be solved, that you could draw lines across the globe and decide where danger would come from, where warnings would be detected, where missiles would arc, where bombers would fly, and where submarines would hide. That the planet was a diagram, and the Arctic was the cleanest space on the diagram, an empty white top margin where you could write your plans. The other fantasy belonged to the Arctic itself, that it could be the final editor, that whatever you built, whatever you claimed, whatever you surveilled, it could blur it, bury it, or break it, quietly, without drama, until the only thing left was a story told by people who were there, and records stamped with black ink. The Northwest Passage sits at the center of that collision. For centuries, it had been sought as a dream, a route that would make global trade faster, empires richer, maps more elegant. The old explorers chased it like a rumor. Ships vanished, crews starved. And even when the path was finally navigated, it didn't become a simple triumph. It became something stranger, a proof that the corridor existed, and also a warning that it never truly belonged to anyone who wanted to treat it as ordinary. Then came the Cold War, and the passage began to be watched in a new way, not as a commercial shortcut, but as a seam in the northern fabric of the continent, one that could be pulled open. Because in the nuclear age, the shortest distance between two adversaries was not across oceans or borders. It was over the pole. Suddenly, the Arctic wasn't the edge of the world. It was the middle. And when the world's middle becomes militarized, everything becomes a question. Is that ship a research vessel or a survey ship? Is that aircraft weather monitoring or reconnaissance? Is that icebreaker clearing a path or testing how quickly a path can be cleared? Is that submarine simply transiting or mapping the underside of the ice for the day it might need to rise through it? Even the phrase open water becomes double-edged. To a merchant planner, open water is opportunity. To a defense planner, open water is exposure. Because open water in the Arctic, especially along routes threading through the archipelago, means something has changed. The ice has retreated, or fractured, or been pushed away by wind and temperature. And if the ice can change, then the assumptions built on the ice can change too. That's the eerie heart of the Northwest Passage as a Cold War chessboard. It is a strategic route that cannot promise its own stability. And that instability creates a special kind of paranoia. A paranoia that doesn't require an enemy to be present. It only requires the possibility. So the Cold War poured attention into the North, not only with visible stations, but with the invisible architecture of surveillance, listening arrays, patrol patterns, classified assessments, the slow accumulation of knowledge about which channels open first, which freeze last, which currents run strongest, which ice conditions create deceptive echoes. The Northwest Passage becomes, in that sense, a library of environmental behavior, studied with the intensity of a code. Because the Arctic's open water is never simply open. It is a signal. Sometimes it signals warming, thinning, seasonal shift. Sometimes it signals wind, pressure, current, a temporary clearing that can close again overnight. And sometimes, in the paranoid imagination of a militarized world, it signals something else. That the Arctic is briefly letting something through. This is where the chessboard metaphor deepens. On a chessboard, pieces have defined movement. In the Arctic, the board moves the pieces. A plan made in a warm room can fail because a channel that should be navigable isn't. Or because a lead that should be sealed has opened into a strip of black water that stretches farther than expected, inviting movement where movement was assumed impossible. And that invitation is not always welcome. Imagine a patrol ship threading through ice-choked water, the hull groaning, the deck lit by a pale sun that never climbs high. The crew sees open water ahead, an eerie, smooth lane in a world that should be locked. You're there at the rail, bundled so tightly you feel more like cargo than a person. Your breath gathers and disappears in the wind before you can watch it fade. The ice around you isn't still. It murmurs, rubs, clicks, and complains, a slow pressure language under the ship's steady push. Ahead, the lead looks almost impossible. A band of black water, calm as oil, cutting through the broken white. It doesn't feel like relief. It feels like someone has erased a line. You watch the bow angle toward it, and for a moment, the world simplifies into two colors, dark water and pale ice. And the silence inside that simplicity is unsettling. Every instinct says open water means movement, speed, progress. Another instinct, older and harder to name, says open water. This far north is an announcement. You glance at the horizon as if expecting it to answer back, and the only reply is how easily the Arctic can change the rules without explaining why. In another context, that would feel like relief. Here, it can feel like an ambush, because open water means exposure from above, aircraft lines of sight, satellites, the sense of being a dark moving dot on a surface that otherwise hides everything. But it also means opportunity, faster movement, easier transit, a chance to reach a point before weather closes in. This is the paradox of open water as both opportunity and warning. It is a gift that might also be a trap. And the Arctic, indifferent as ever, does not label which it is. That indifference shaped the psychology of Arctic operations. People who worked those routes learned a mindset that looks almost superstitious from the outside, a suspicion of anything that seems too easy, a distrust of calm, a readiness to interpret environmental change as message. Because in the Cold War, environment was never just environment. It was cover story and constraint at the same time. A ship could be scientific and still be strategic, because in the Arctic, knowledge is strategic. Mapping the seabed can be geology, and it can also be planning. Studying ice thickness can be climate research, and it can also be route prediction. Listening to the ocean can be biology, and it can also be submarine detection. And the Northwest Passage, because it touches sovereignty, because it touches navigation, because it touches the myth of a northern shortcut, amplifies that ambiguity. There is also a quieter layer, the human layer. The Arctic archipelago is not empty in the way maps make it seem. It is lived. It is known by people whose knowledge does not come from classified charts, but from generations of paying attention to wind, ice, and the behavior of animals. In the Cold War era, two knowledge systems often existed side by side: local understanding and military analysis. Sometimes they aligned, sometimes they did not. And when they didn't, the result could be an eerie kind of miscommunication. One side describing the environment as if it were alive, the other describing it as if it were a puzzle to solve. Both were right in their own way, because the Arctic does behave like a living thing. Not conscious, not intentional, but responsive, dynamic, capable of changing faster than human planning can adapt. Now imagine that living system as a stage for invisible machines. A submarine beneath ice, running quiet, reading the contours of the underside like Braille. A surveillance aircraft tracing patterns overhead. A listening station recording weeks of ocean noise, trying to separate the voice of ice from the voice of steel. Every one of those operations generates data, and data generates interpretation, and interpretation, in the Cold War, generated decisions. This is why the Northwest Passage can feel haunted even when nothing dramatic happens there, because drama in the Arctic is often administrative. A change in policy, a shift in patrol frequency, a new emphasis in internal memos, a debate about whether a transit is acceptable, whether it should be acknowledged, whether it should be ignored. Some of the most consequential movements in the Arctic may never have produced a spectacle. They may have produced only a line in a report, or a redacted paragraph, or a conversation that ended with, "We can't be sure." And that uncertainty is not a failure of intelligence. It is the Arctic's native language. The chessboard image suggests clean strategies, moves, and countermoves. But the Arctic adds fog, not metaphorical fog, actual fog, blizzards, whiteouts, magnetic anomalies, and auroral interference. Water layered by temperature and salinity that bends sound. Ice that creaks and booms like distant artillery, tricking ears into hearing engines. So the Cold War Arctic becomes a place where a nation can feel threatened by a possibility rather than a fact, where the mere idea that a route could be used is enough to force a response. And in that environment, sovereignty itself becomes a kind of sonar ping, a way of announcing presence into uncertainty, hoping the echo returns as recognition. That's why, when people talk about the Northwest Passage purely as a future shipping lane, it can sound almost naive. Because to the Cold War mind, and to the northern realities of Canada's archipelago, routes are never only routes. They are leverage. They are warning. They are the difference between being the one who notices movement and being the one who is noticed. And perhaps most hauntingly, they are proof that control is often just a story told over a landscape that cannot promise to obey. If you sit with this long enough, the Northwest Passage stops looking like a corridor and starts looking like a test of how nations behave when the environment refuses to be stable, a test of how strategy adapts when the board itself shifts, a test of what happens when the most valuable space on Earth is also the most reluctant to reveal what moves through it. Because the Arctic does not simply hide things, it rearranges the conditions under which things can be known. In the end, the Northwest Passage as a Cold War chessboard is not just about submarines and surveillance, or even sovereignty debates. It's about the deeper, eerier concept that the Arctic can make open water appear like a doorway, dark, glassy, inviting, then close it again, leaving only questions behind. And somewhere in that closing motion, somewhere between the last radar sweep, the last sonar tape, the last logged coordinate, there is a lingering thought that will not fully leave you. That the passage is not merely a route waiting to be claimed, but a moving boundary that decides, season by season, how much of itself it will allow anyone to understand. And if that's true, if the Arctic can grant access and erase evidence with the same indifferent breath, then every Cold War calculation made up there, every confident map line, every assumption about who could move where, might still be waiting beneath the ice, like a piece left on the board. Not captured, not removed, just unseen, and in a place where unidentified can become unreported as thinly as brine on steel, you're left wondering what else slipped through those channels in the years when the world was listening hardest, and why, even now, the water sometimes opens like a warning. Story 12. K-27 scuttled reactor submarine. But a moving boundary that decides, season by season, how much of itself it will allow anyone to understand. And if that's true, if the Arctic can grant access and erase evidence with the same indifferent breath, then every Cold War calculation made up there, every confident map line, every assumption about who could move where, might still be waiting beneath the ice, like a piece left on the board, not captured, not removed, just unseen. And that's where the next mystery lives. Because sometimes the Arctic doesn't just hide what passed through its channels. It becomes the place where governments choose to put something away, on purpose, not in a museum, not in a guarded bunker, but in cold water and silence, under a ceiling of winter that can look like emptiness from any plane that passes overhead. There is a particular kind of confidence that comes with remoteness, a belief that distance itself is security, that if a thing is far enough north, the world will forget it, especially if it's difficult to reach, expensive to investigate, and politically inconvenient to discuss. And so we turn from open water as warning to open water as a grave. In the western Arctic seas, beyond the Arctic archipelagos and sovereignty lines, past the places where ice charts become guesswork, lies the Kara Sea, dark, shallow, and seasonally locked. A sea that has carried convoys and icebreakers, secrets and salvage, and the heavy industrial logic of the Cold War. If it can't be fixed, if it can't be safely stored, then maybe it can be sunk. Somewhere off Novaya Zemlya, in a fjord-like bay that feels more like a scar cut into rock than a harbor, a Soviet nuclear submarine was deliberately scuttled, not lost in battle, not swallowed by an accident at sea, put down carefully like an object being returned to a place the world rarely visits. Its designation was K-27, and the unsettling part is not only that it rests there, but why it rests there. What happened inside it? What kind of reactors it carried? And what it means, decades later, to leave nuclear fire sealed inside steel and sediment in a place where the ocean is cold enough to preserve history, but dynamic enough to eventually pry it open. K-27 was never meant to be ordinary. It belonged to that era of Soviet experimentation where the future was treated like a laboratory, and the laboratory was sometimes placed inside machines that carried human beings. This was the age when navies wanted speed, endurance, and the ability to remain submerged as long as strategy demanded. A nuclear submarine is already an extreme solution to a strategic problem. But K-27 went further, because its reactors were not the familiar pressurized water designs that became the standard. They used liquid metal coolant, a lead-bismuth alloy. On paper, it sounds like the kind of idea engineers fall in love with. Liquid metal can carry heat efficiently. It can enable compact designs, high power, fast response. In a world of submarines, compact and powerful is temptation. If you can shrink the reactor and still produce serious thrust, you can build a boat that moves like a predator. Fast, quiet, hard to catch. But lead bismuth carries its own curses. It behaves differently than water. It requires the system to be kept hot, because that coolant can solidify if allowed to cool too much, turning your lifeblood into something like frozen arteries. It complicates maintenance. It changes failure modes. It creates new kinds of hazards. And if something goes wrong, it goes wrong in ways that are difficult to repair at sea and frightening to diagnose in cramped steel compartments. K-27, in other words, was not just a submarine. It was a floating experiment. A proof of concept that the Soviet Navy hoped would point toward a new generation of high-performance boats. And then, in 1968, the experiment turned into a catastrophe. The event is often described in the blunt language of incident summaries: a reactor accident, a release of radiation, crewmen exposed, fatalities, the submarine limping home. But if you slow down and imagine it in human time, minutes, not decades, it becomes something much more intimate and terrifying. A submarine is already an unnatural world. Its air recycled through filters, metal corridors narrow enough to brush shoulders, machinery that never truly stops humming. It's heat where there shouldn't be heat. It's pressure and protocol. And it's the knowledge, always somewhere behind your thoughts, that outside the hull is a volume of water that could crush you. Now add something invisible, radiation, moving through compartments like a poison fog you can't smell until instruments scream. On K-27, one of the reactors suffered severe problems. Reports describe a release of radioactive gases into the ship's spaces. The crew fought the situation in the way Cold War crews were trained to fight everything, with procedure, with improvisation, with bodies. Men moved through contaminated areas because someone had to. Systems had to be checked. Valves had to be turned. Readings had to be taken. The boat had to be brought back under control long enough to return to port. And afterward, the number that haunts the story is simple: 9 dead from radiation sickness, and many more injured, some with acute radiation syndrome that changed the rest of their lives. There were warnings given. There were quiet consequences. There were careers altered, families that carried the weight in private. In the Soviet system, the personal cost of an accident could be both immense and oddly invisible, absorbed into secrecy, folded into classified files, spoken of in fragments. K-27 never truly recovered. It was not returned to normal service. It became, effectively, a contaminated object, a vessel too dangerous to operate, too complicated to repair, too politically awkward to fully confront. And that's where the story begins to drift into the darker logic of disposal. Because a damaged nuclear submarine isn't like a damaged ship. You can't simply tow it to a pier and leave it. You can't scrap it casually. The reactors are not just heavy machinery. They are cores, fuel, activation products, a memory of fission. They are something that wants containment forever. In a perfect world, you dismantle the submarine carefully. You defuel, you isolate, you package, you monitor. You do it with time and transparency and budgets that match the risk. But Cold War reality was not a perfect world. It was a world where budgets were strained, ports were crowded, expertise was uneven, and secrecy was its own form of currency. It was also a world where remote Arctic zones were treated as convenient emptiness, places where difficult things could be placed beyond the reach of public attention. So K-27 sat for years, laid up in the north, decommissioned. A problem waiting for a decision. And eventually, the decision was made. In the early 1980s, the Soviet Navy prepared K-27 for an ending that feels almost ritualistic in its pragmatism. The reactor compartment was reportedly filled with a solidifying mixture, furfuryl alcohol and bitumen, intended to seal and stabilize, to lock contamination in place like insects trapped in amber. The submarine was towed out, away from the ordinary routes of people, toward Novaya Zemlya, an archipelago already marked by the Soviet nuclear testing program, already weighted with the history of extreme decisions made in extreme places. Then, on September 6, 1982, K-27 was scuttled in the Kara Sea at Stepovoy Bay in relatively shallow water. That detail, shallow, changes the entire emotional temperature of the mystery. Because when most people imagine scuttled, they picture a ship sent down into an abyss. Thousands of meters of black water, pressure, isolation. A place where the ocean itself becomes a vault. But K-27 did not vanish into a deep trench. It was sunk at something like a diver's nightmare depth. Tens of meters, not kilometers. Close enough that storms and ice movement and corrosion are not abstract concepts, but active forces. Close enough that, in theory, the wreck is not beyond reach. Accounts of the scuttling describe a stubbornness in the submarine's final moments, as if even at the end it refused to behave cleanly. The bow went down and reached the seabed, while the stern remained afloat. A tug reportedly had to ram or pierce ballast tanks to force the rest under. It's an image that lingers, a nuclear submarine not slipping gracefully into oblivion, but being pushed, insisted upon, made to disappear. And if you listen carefully to the subtext of that image, you can hear the Cold War's quiet desperation. Because this wasn't just disposal, it was containment by distance. It was a choice to turn the Kara Sea into storage. Which raises a question that feels almost philosophical. What does it mean to bury danger in cold water? The Arctic Ocean is often imagined as inert, frozen, still, preserving. But the Kara Sea is not a static freezer. It is a moving system. Salinity layers, currents, seasonal ice that grinds against rock, biological activity that colonizes wrecks and slowly transforms them, corrosion that never truly stops, even in cold water, slower perhaps, but relentless. Steel does not last forever. Bitumen does not last forever. And reactors, even shut down, remain complicated objects. Fuel can remain inside. Materials remain activated. There is decay heat early on, then long-term radiological hazards that stretch beyond human timescales. The idea that you can seal something and sink it, and have it stay politely sealed for centuries, is not an engineering guarantee. It is a hope. Mainstream assessments tend to focus on leakage risk, how likely radionuclides are to escape into surrounding water, how currents might disperse them, how sediments might trap them, how marine life might interact with contaminants. There have been surveys in Arctic seas over the years, and some reporting has suggested no dramatic leakage detected at certain times. Yet even those findings come with the unspoken clause that matters most. So far, you are watching a feed that feels too clean for where it is. A camera's eye, lowered through grey water into a dim, suspended world, where the light doesn't travel far before it turns to velvet. You don't feel the cold directly, but everything in the image carries it. The slow drift of silt, the way particles hang as if time itself is thicker down here. Then a shape resolves, not sudden, but inevitable. A long curve of steel emerging from the haze, dark and blunt, half buried where the seabed has begun to claim it. The beam of light slides over riveted seams and flaking surfaces, and for a moment, your mind refuses the scale. This isn't a rock. It isn't a reef. It's engineered, human, a body placed on the bottom. You hover there, scientist, operator, observer, staring at the quiet fact of it, knowing the story above water is made of dates and memos, but the story in front of you is simply presence. And the most unsettling part is how close it feels, as if the Arctic never truly hit it at all, only waited until someone looked. Because so far is what you say when time is still moving. Another concern, stranger on first hearing but deeply unsettling once you grasp it, involves criticality. Some researchers and officials have worried about the possibility, however low, of an uncontrolled chain reaction occurring if the geometry of nuclear fuel changes over time. Corrosion can alter structures. Water can enter where it shouldn't. Materials can shift. In rare theoretical scenarios, fuel configuration could change enough to create conditions for criticality again, producing bursts of radiation. It sounds like science fiction, until you remember that nuclear accidents are often just physics meeting improvisation in the wrong place. And this is where the Arctic becomes its own collaborator in uncertainty. Because unlike a reactor in a monitored facility, a reactor on the seafloor is not continuously watched by human hands. It's watched by models, by occasional expeditions, by political attention that rises and falls like the ice season. The wreck becomes a long-term question mark, and the longer it sits, the more its condition becomes a matter of inference. Then there is the strategic layer, the one that feels like it belongs to the chessboard we just left behind. K-27 is not only an environmental hazard, it is also an artifact of a technological race. A liquid metal-cooled reactor submarine, experimental, rare. A vessel that belongs to a particular line of Soviet thinking, one that later echoed in other high-speed designs. That alone gives it a strange kind of afterlife, because wrecks are not just debris, they are archives. What if parts of the story, design details, operational data, incident reports, remain classified or fragmented? What if the scuttling itself, performed in a remote Arctic bay, was not only about disposal, but about keeping a compromised technology out of certain hands? Not necessarily because someone could salvage a reactor and use it as is, but because the wreck is a physical record of decisions, mistakes, and capabilities. When you put something on the seafloor, you don't only hide it from the public. You hide it from historians. You hide it from accountability. You allow the narrative to become abstract, numbers on a page instead of a steel hull in dark water. And in the Cold War, abstraction was useful. There's a fringe interpretation that sometimes surfaces in discussions of Arctic dump sites, that the sea became a convenient place to offload not just broken hardware, but embarrassing chapters. That scuttling could serve as a kind of erasure, a way to make a dangerous object someone else's problem, someone else being the future. And maybe that's the most haunting element of K-27. Not that it was sunk, but that it was sunk in a way that seems to assume the Arctic will cooperate. We'll keep it quiet. We'll keep it cold. We'll keep it forgotten. But the Arctic doesn't cooperate. It merely allows. It allows ice to form and break. It allows currents to shift. It allows storms to rearrange the surface so completely that even recent tracks vanish. It allows a boundary between known and unknown to drift, sometimes opening, sometimes sealing. And in the decades since K-27 went down, the world has changed in a way that makes that assumption feel increasingly fragile. More ships move through Arctic waters than before. More research, more mapping, more interest, more geopolitics returning to the north as the ice patterns change. The Kara Sea is still remote, but it is less invisible than it once was, which means the submarine's presence there is no longer just a Cold War footnote. It's a living question. What do you do with a nuclear wreck that was never meant to be permanent storage, but has become exactly that? Some argue it should be left alone, monitored, and managed in place. Disturbing it could create risks. Salvage is expensive, dangerous, and politically complex. The Arctic is harsh. Weather windows are short. Any operation could spread contamination if done imperfectly. Others argue the opposite, that leaving it there is the real risk, because time is the one variable you can't control. That sooner or later, corrosion wins. That future retrieval could become harder, not easier, as structures degrade. That the cost of action now might be lower than the cost of crisis later. And wrapped around both arguments is the quiet truth that makes Arctic mysteries so enduring. You don't make these decisions in a vacuum. You make them in a world of budgets and diplomacy, of attention and denial, of priorities that can shift faster than ice. So K-27 remains where it was put, a reactor submarine on the seafloor in a bay off Novaya Zemlya. A sealed experiment, a sealed accident, a sealed chapter of a technological race that demanded impossible performance and sometimes paid for it in human bodies. And yet, sealed doesn't mean silent. Because in the Arctic, silence is not emptiness. It's pressure, it's storage, it's time accumulating. If you could stand above Stepovoy Bay on a calm day, you might see nothing but grey water and wind-stirred surface. Maybe ice fragments moving like slow thought. You would not see the hull below. You would not see the compartments. You would not see the place where men once lived in recycled air, where alarms once screamed, where invisible particles once filled the space between breaths. You would only see the surface doing what surfaces do best, pretending there is nothing underneath. But the mystery isn't whether something is down there. We know it is. The mystery is what state it's in now, what the sea has done to it, whether the Arctic is preserving it as a sealed archive, or patiently unsealing it, atom by atom, year by year, until one day the cold water is not a vault anymore, but a pathway. And if the Northwest Passage taught us that open water can be an opportunity and a warning, then K-27 asks a darker version of the same question. When the Arctic opens, what else does it reveal? Not by accident, but by inheritance. A submarine was sunk there as if the sea could be trusted to keep a secret. But secrets in the Arctic don't stay secrets forever. They just wait until the boundary shifts again. Story 13. The Doomsday Plain, under polar routes. In the Kara Sea, it shifted in silence, metal and radiation entrusted to cold water, as if the Arctic could be hired as a vault. A submarine was lowered into a grey forgetting, and the surface did what it always does. It smoothed itself, like a careful hand closing a folder. But the Arctic doesn't only keep secrets beneath the waterline. Above it, there is another corridor, an invisible highway drawn across white maps in straight, ruthless lines. And for a certain kind of era, for a certain kind of fear, those lines became arteries. Because if the ocean can hide a reactor, the sky can hide a decision. When the Cold War matured into routine, the world learned to live with clocks that weren't on any wall. A second sun was always being imagined, always being rehearsed, always being prevented, until prevention itself became a system. In that system, the shortest path between two enemies was not across oceans or borders, but over the top of the planet, the polar route. Look at a globe and you feel it immediately. The way distance collapses near the pole, the way continents lean toward each other like conspirators. On flat maps, the Arctic is usually distorted, stretched, made into an afterthought. But in the mathematics of flight planning, it becomes central. The top of the world isn't the edge of anything, it's the hinge. And so, in the 1950s and 60s, as bombers grew longer-legged and missiles grew faster, the high latitudes stopped being emptiness and became geometry. Strategic Air Command built its logic around this. If the unthinkable ever happened, aircraft needed to move, quickly, reliably, in a sky that could not be easily watched. The North offered that. Fewer people, fewer lights, fewer witnesses, and, strangely, fewer guarantees. Because the Arctic is not just cold, it's complicated. At lower latitudes, the sky behaves like a partner you can argue with. Storms come, storms go. Radio fades, radio returns. But in polar airspace, the relationship is different. The sky can become a wall. The horizon can become a trick. Navigation, something we treat as solved, reverts to something older. A set of beliefs, a set of instruments, a set of corrections you hope are still true. Start with the compass, the oldest comfort. Down south, it's a quiet certainty. Up north, it becomes a liar. Near the pole, magnetic lines tilt steeply into the earth. The needle doesn't want to point north in the way your mind expects. It wants to dip, to hunt, to quiver. Add local magnetic anomalies, iron-rich formations, shifting currents in the planet's core, and you can get readings that are technically correct and practically useless. Pilots trained for polar work learned to treat the compass the way you treat gossip. Listen, but verify. So you verify with other systems. In the mid-century, that meant inertial navigation, gyros and accelerometers that could tell you where you were by measuring how you moved, a kind of dead reckoning made mechanical and mathematical. It was revolutionary, and it drifted, not dramatically at first, quietly, like a thought wandering off without telling you. Over long distances and long hours, tiny errors could become miles. Not enough to miss a continent, but enough to miss a corridor. Enough to arrive where nothing matches what the map promised. And then there was radio. If the Cold War was a contest of machines, it was also a contest of signals. Orders had to move faster than fear. Bomber crews needed updates. Tankers needed coordination. Command posts needed proof that the world was still the world. Over oceans and deserts, you could lean on established networks. Over the Arctic, you leaned on the ionosphere, a high, invisible region of charged particles that can bend radio waves back toward Earth, allowing signals to hop over the horizon. But the ionosphere is not a stable mirror. It breathes with the sun. Solar flares, geomagnetic storms, and auroral activity can distort or absorb radio energy. High-frequency communications, the workhorse of long-range aviation for decades, can suddenly fade into a whisper, then into nothing. Pilots described it as speaking into cotton. You could hear fragments. You could hear your own transmitter click. Sometimes you could hear distant voices like ghosts in the static, half phrases and wrong accents sliding in and out as the sky reconfigured itself. This is where Arctic airspace earns its reputation as a blind spot. Not because nobody built systems there, but because the environment has a veto. It can make the best planning feel like wishful thinking. It can take your neat chain of command and turn it into an interrupted sentence. Now put that environment into the logic of nuclear readiness. During the height of tension, the nightmare scenario wasn't only that war would begin. It was that war would begin, and the people who could stop it, or answer it, would be severed from each other. Communications decapitation. A first strike aimed not just at cities, but at decision-making itself. If leadership on the ground could be destroyed or isolated, the system needed a backup. Something airborne, something moving, something hard to pin down. Enter the doomsday planes. Not a single plane, but a category. Airborne command posts designed to survive the first shock and continue the conversation afterward. In the American arsenal, there were aircraft built to carry command staff and communications gear to act as a flying nerve center. The idea was simple and terrifying. If the ground becomes uninhabitable as a place to think, the sky must become the mind. These aircraft were engineered for endurance, redundancy, and strange kinds of invisibility. They carried radios that could talk across ranges and frequencies, systems meant to cut through interference, trailing antennas that could transmit to submerged submarines, and procedures drilled into crews until the drills became muscle memory. Some were meant to be ready at a moment's notice. Some rotated through airborne alert, so that at any time, a command post might already be up there, circling, waiting, listening. And because the polar route was the shortest strategic corridor, and because the Arctic offered both concealment and complication, the law grew. The doomsday plane under polar routes. The aircraft that never lands. The ghost that only appears when the world is about to end. On paper, there's nothing supernatural about it. It's an extension of deterrence. If you can't be sure you can destroy the other side's ability to respond, you hesitate. Airborne command posts are a way of ensuring response survives. But the Arctic gives the concept a special flavor, because the Arctic has always made humans feel watched by something they can't name. Imagine being a crew member on a long polar mission in the late Cold War years. The cockpit windows frame a whiteness that doesn't feel like weather. Below you, sea ice fractures into plates, then reforms. Leads open like black wounds and close again. The sun can sit low and sideways for hours, turning shadows into long bars. At times, the horizon disappears entirely, and sky and snow become one flat page. You fly through a world with no vertical reference, no trees, no buildings, no roads, only instruments and the occasional flare of aurora that looks, in your peripheral vision, like movement. Then the radio goes strange, not fully dead, not fully alive. A hiss, a squeal, a brief perfect clarity that vanishes as soon as you answer. There are documented reasons for this: polar cap absorption events, auroral interference, geomagnetic storms. But when you're in it, theory feels thin. You feel like you're flying through a place where the air itself is charged with intention. And it wasn't only the crews who felt it. On the ground, along the far northern rim, early warning networks watched the skies. Radar lines, listening posts, stations built in remote places with runways carved out of permafrost and long halls filled with humming equipment. The DEW line, distant early warning, was a belt of eyes staring north, designed to catch the first hint of inbound bombers. It was a feat of logistics and paranoia, a chain of human presence stitched across emptiness. And yet, even with eyes, there were blind moments. Radar in high latitudes doesn't see the way people expect radar to see. The atmosphere bends signals. Temperature inversions can produce false targets. Auroral phenomena can create unusual reflections and noise. A sweep can show blips that don't behave like aircraft, or it can miss an aircraft entirely for a few minutes, as if the object slipped behind the physics of the region. In that context, a story begins to repeat itself in different uniforms and different decades. Unidentified tracks over the polar basin. Flights that appear on one scope vanish on another. Transponders that stop replying. Crews that report navigation oddities. Instrument disagreements, position uncertainty, then later correct and continue as if nothing happened. Most of these incidents have mundane explanations. A transponder can fail. A crew can misenter a waypoint. A storm can degrade radio. But the Arctic encourages a particular kind of doubt because the mundane explanations often feel too small for the sensation of the event. A mechanical failure is easy to say afterward in warm rooms with stable electricity. It's harder to say when the cockpit is a bubble of light suspended above a planet that looks unclaimed. And there is another factor that thickens the law: secrecy. Strategic systems were not narrated to the public in detail. Routes, call signs, procedures, many were classified, and even when they weren't, they were wrapped in a culture of non-discussion. The Arctic became a stage where military reality and civilian imagination never met cleanly. In that gap, stories grow. You hear about a plane that wasn't on any flight plan, but maybe it was. You hear about a radio silence that lasted too long, but maybe it was within expected polar conditions. You hear about an aircraft shadowing a route with no markings, no lights visible, only a moving silhouette against aurora. But distance at night can turn a normal aircraft into a myth. And still, even when you filter the law through discipline, there are details that refuse to fully settle. Consider the problem of identification in polar airspace. In busy mid-latitude corridors, there are layers of confirmation. Air traffic control radars, civilian transponders, numerous ground stations, radio relays. In the far north, the layers thin. Coverage can be sparse. A single site might be responsible for an enormous volume of sky. If a track appears at the edge of range and then fades, you may never know whether it was a real object leaving your coverage or a real object never there at all. Now add the nuclear context again. Aircraft that may deliberately minimize certain signatures, or aircraft that operate under procedures that don't want attention. A doomsday plane's existence is meant to be known in concept and unknown in detail. You are supposed to believe it is there without being able to point at it. It's deterrence as folklore. There is also the matter of navigation when you approach the pole itself. Traditional charts, based on meridians converging, become awkward. Some crews used grid navigation, imposing an artificial coordinate system to keep headings meaningful. Others relied heavily on inertial systems, later supplemented by satellite navigation. But for a long stretch of aviation history, this was a liminal era, after the old methods had begun to fail, before the new methods became effortless. In that liminal era, the Arctic could make aircraft feel lost, even when they weren't. Pilots have described moments when multiple systems disagreed, a compass wandering, an inertial readout slowly diverging, a radio beacon signal distorted. The crew would cross-check, adjust, and then cross-check again. Sometimes they would call for a position fix and receive it late, or not at all. And for a few minutes, the airplane would exist in a strange condition, moving fast, burning fuel, surrounded by cloud or darkness, with only probabilistic certainty about where it truly was. That feeling, being in motion without firm location, is the seed of many Arctic mysteries. It's not a dramatic crash. It's not a visible monster. It's a subtle erosion of the relationship between human confidence and physical reality. It makes the mind do what minds do in empty places. It fills the void. And this is where the doomsday plane becomes more than a machine. Because the doomsday plane is not simply an aircraft designed to carry orders. It is an emblem of continuity in a world that can be interrupted. It exists to ensure that even if everything else is shattered, the chain of command remains unbroken. But what happens when the chain of command passes through an environment that specializes in breaking signals? What happens when your airborne nerve center is forced to operate in a sky that can swallow radio waves and distort radar returns and confuse navigation systems? Not maliciously, but indifferently. You begin to understand why the Arctic is so psychologically powerful in military law. It is a place that challenges the idea of control. It says, your systems may be robust, but they are not sovereign. The planet gets a vote. During geomagnetic storms, even modern satellites can be affected. Navigation accuracy can degrade, communications can become patchy, and the auroral zone can bloom with energetic particles that interfere with electronics. In earlier decades, when reliance on radios and inertial systems was greater, the vulnerability was more intimate. A crew could feel the environment in the behavior of their instruments. And sometimes, the environment didn't just interfere. Sometimes, it impersonated. There are reports in various contexts of auroral radar effects, returns that look like moving targets, noise that organizes itself into patterns that feel intentional. In a world where operators are trained to interpret blips as threats, anything that mimics a threat becomes a story. A sweep shows an object at high altitude moving strangely, and for a moment, the room tightens. You are there in that room when it happens. You're leaning close enough to the scope that the green light paints the bridge of your nose, close enough to hear the quiet grain of the sweep as it turns and returns. The building around you is small and overworked, heater humming, fluorescent light buzzing, boots drying near a vent that never fully wins against the cold. On the screen, the world is reduced to arcs and distances, numbers that mean something only because you are trained to believe they do. Then the blip arrives, faint at first, like a mistake. It holds for a second sweep, then another, shifting in a way that doesn't match the tidy expectations in your head. You don't say anything yet. You watch, and you feel your body do that involuntary calculation. Is this weather? Is this noise? Is this an aircraft? Is this nothing? Your pencil hovers above the log, suspended between record and wait. The radio in the corner hisses with empty air. Outside, beyond the wall, the Arctic night sits like a lid, And the aurora, if you glance at the window, moves slowly, as if the sky itself is busy with its own private signals. When the blip thins and fades, it doesn't feel like relief. It feels like something turning its face away before you can name it. The phone line is picked up. A code is read. Someone's pen pauses over a logbook because the act of recording feels suddenly permanent. Then the track vanishes. No debris, no visual confirmation, no follow-up. If you are a civilian hearing this later, it sounds like the opening of a mystery. If you are a military operator, it sounds like Tuesday in the far north. One more instance where the Arctic did what it does, turning certainty into something that must be managed. And yet, there is a deeper unease beneath the practical explanation. Because the Cold War was not only about machines and physics, it was about perception. It was about the fear of being surprised. The polar route, as a concept, is surprise made geographic. It is the shortcut that bypasses familiar borders. It is the approach that comes from above in every sense, above maps, above politics, above normal thinking. The north is where you look when you don't trust the world to behave. So both sides looked north. They built radar nets. They built refueling plans. They built protocols for aircraft that would keep flying if everything else stopped. They built the logic of the doomsday plane into the everyday architecture of readiness. And because so much of it was hidden, the mind keeps returning to a question that feels embarrassingly human. How often was it truly there? Not in the abstract, not in the brochures of deterrence, but physically, wheels up, engines humming, high over the polar basin, listening to static and waiting for a message that would mean history had snapped. There are hints, unofficial anecdotes, declassified fragments, references to airborne alerts, to command post missions, to aircraft that remained aloft for long stretches. But the most unsettling part of this lore is that you don't need the exact schedule for it to work. The idea alone changes behavior. It forces an adversary to calculate uncertainty. It makes the sky feel occupied even when it looks empty. And now, decades later, the Arctic is changing again. Ice retreats, new routes open, old stations become relics. Airspace grows busier with civilian polar flights, commercial aircraft crossing high latitudes because it saves time and fuel, because the world has become interconnected enough to treat the top of the planet as merely another corridor. But the Arctic remains what it has always been, a place where the infrastructure is thin and the environment is thick. Even in modern cockpits filled with screens, pilots still report strange high-latitude quirks, communications that degrade, satellite geometry that changes near the pole, auroral activity that paints the night with movement. The Arctic is still a region where the sky can become a problem you can't argue into submission. And in that persistence, the doomsday plane takes on a new kind of haunting power, because it represents a time when the world was organized around a fear so large it demanded airborne continuity, an era when decision-making was designed to survive apocalypse. Think of what that implies. Somewhere in the logic of those decades, humanity accepted that the end might be survivable enough to require management, that there would be a next hour after the flash, an hour in which someone would still need to speak, to authorize, to coordinate, to keep order among ruins. The doomsday plane is a symbol of that hour, and the polar route is where that symbol feels most real, because it is where the world looks least like a home and most like a map, where the human story feels small and the strategic story feels enormous. So when people tell you Arctic airspace lore, about silent aircraft, about odd radar tracks, about navigation moments that don't add up. They are not always trying to convince you of something paranormal. Often, they are circling a feeling that the North is a place where the systems that govern life elsewhere become provisional. A place where you can imagine a machine built to outlast the end of the world, and still wonder whether the sky would let it speak. And maybe that's the true mystery under the polar routes. Not whether a particular plane flew on a particular night, not whether a specific blip was misidentified or real. The deeper mystery is the relationship between human command and Arctic reality. The uneasy truth that our most elaborate plans, our most redundant networks, our most hardened procedures still have to pass through a region that can erase signals with solar weather, that can bend radio like light through ice, that can turn a compass into a trembling needle. We built aircraft to carry the future in their fuselages. We built corridors over the top of the world to make that future reachable. And yet, the Arctic has always been a place that makes futures feel uncertain. Not because it intends to, but because it has never cared what we want. Somewhere above the pale horizon, the aurora still moves like a slow curtain, silent and indifferent. Somewhere, radios still taste static when the sun decides to speak too loudly. Somewhere, a radar sweep still catches a flicker at the edge of range, and an operator still leans forward, heart adjusting itself to possibility. And if you stood beneath that sky, far from cities, far from warm lights, far from the comforting noise of ordinary life, you might look up and feel the same unsettling thought the Cold War left behind, like a faint contrail, that the top of the world is not empty. It only looks empty, because sometimes in the Arctic, the most important things are the ones you can't confirm, only infer from silence, from interference, from a corridor drawn across whiteness that keeps carrying secrets forward year after year, as if the sky itself remembers what it was built to do. And if the boundary shifts again, if the ice opens, if the routes change, if the old rules collapse into new ones, then the question returns, quiet and unresolved, like a transmission trying to get through. When the world needed a mind in the sky, did the Arctic ever let it speak clearly? Or has the North been absorbing our commands all along, bending them, thinning them, turning them into static, until what remains is only the feeling that something passed overhead, and we were never meant to know what it said? The Arctic is often described as empty, a blank place at the top of the map. But after everything we've seen, it doesn't feel empty at all. Because under that whiteness, there are corridors that once hummed with power. Stations built to watch the sky, now hollow and wind-worn. Aircraft sealed into ice like fossils that haven't decided what century they belong to. And in the deep, cold water, machines that were never meant to be graves, resting in silence, still carrying the weight of choices made decades ago. Some mysteries end with an answer, but Arctic mysteries often end with something else. Movement. Ice shifts. Water circulates. Seasons rearrange the evidence. And what looks permanent from a distance turns out to be temporary up close. Maybe that's what makes this region feel so unsettling. Not because it's full of monsters, but because it's full of proof. Scattered, incomplete, and drifting. And if there's one truth the far north keeps teaching us, it's this. The world doesn't always reveal itself in a clean narrative. Sometimes history isn't solved. It's stored, preserved in a place where certainty is expensive and silence is the default. If you enjoyed this journey through Arctic mysteries the military and the modern world still can't fully explain, Make sure to subscribe and check out the other documentaries on the channel for more stories pulled from the edges of the map. Thanks for watching, and as always, until next time, stay safe.